Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Distant lands, our forefathers came, some seeking adventure, some bound in chains. Through battles waged and fought, through victory and pain, by test of their courage, our freedom was gained. In homage to those gone before, among us, the heroes of lands in the sun. We vow to join hands and to focus on building one Caribbean. Raise your voices high, sing of your Caribbean pride. Sing it loud and strong, feel our hearts beat as one. Celebrate in song as we rise to heights where we belong. Sound the victory drum for Caracom. The great and diverse be our ethnicities. The bonds that unite us are stronger than these. We dine, we pray, we love, we dance and we play. We relate to each other, rest in Yahweh. Today as a people united, determined and steadfast we stand. We look to a brand new horizon, the future now firmly in our hands. Raise your voices high and sing of your Caribbean pride. Sing it loud and strong, feel our hearts beat as one. Celebrate in song as we rise to heights where we belong. Sound the victory drum for Caracom. Hele, hele, bravo. Open your sting, calico. Leve, leve, wow. Knock your drum, calico. Tabo, ya, tabo, awo. Open your sting, calico. Leve, leve, wow. Raise your voices high and sing of your Caribbean pride. Sing it loud and strong, feel our hearts beat as one. Celebrate in song as we rise to heights where we belong. Sound the victory drum for Caracom. Hele, hele, bravo. Open your sting, calico. Leve, leve, wow. Hele, hele, tabo, ya, tabo, awo. Knock your drum, calico. Leve, leve, wow.
Thank you. You may be seated. We now move into the welcome, which will be done by Mr. Ryan Cobb, who is the Energy Director at the Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics, and E-Governance. He has had this post since 2017, although he has been employed within the unit since 2013. Prior to becoming the Energy Director, Mr. Cobb was an energy officer in charge of policy and planning. Mr. Cobb began his career in the private sector at Belize's only commercial crude oil extraction company in Belize, Belize Natural Energy Limited. During his period working at BNE, which spanned from 2011 to 2013, Mr. Cobb worked at different stages of production until ultimately working in BNE's control room operations, overseeing all stages of operation from lifting the crude, field work, up to loading the crude oil into the tankers for international shipping. Mr. Cobb is a mechanical engineer by trade, having obtained a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering before pursuing his master's from the Universidad Rey Juan Carlos in Madrid, Spain, in energy efficiency and renewable energy. At the ministry, Ryan oversees planning and policy, development and procurement of new electricity generation, along with National Distributor and Public Utilities Commission. Along with these duties, he is also the focal point for several Latin American and Caribbean international cooperation organizations such as Proyecto Mesoamerica, SICA, OLADE, and CARICOM, to name a few. Mr. Cobb.
Good morning. Morning. Let's try that once again. Good morning, everyone. It's much better. Thank you. I'd like to give special recognition to the Minister, Mr. Michel Shabbat, Minister to our Ministry of the Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics, and E-Governance, and his CEO, Mr. Jose Urbina. And of course, all our distinguished guests, both from private and the public sector. I'm really happy to see everyone here, and I'd like to extend the warmest welcome to really the first of its kind workshop here in Belize tackling energy access. Energy access, something that we here, specifically within our context that we're currently situated, that we're in Belize City, we take energy access as something that's granted. We flip a switch, we get electricity, we click a remote, a TV comes on or the radio comes on. But there are many communities within this country and within the larger Caribbean and CARICOM region that do not have these luxuries. And I call it a luxury, but really it's a necessity. Energy access has been proven to be an economic driver. One of the key components of helping to lift people out of poverty is energy access. While many essential components of energy access are involved in energy planning, we at the ministry are trying to put together a comprehensive strategy in order to complete this. This is going to be part of the policy that we're currently updating at this point in time, and we will be having it completed by the first quarter of next year. Within this plan, we have first assessed how many people have a reliable access to electricity in Belize, and we're planning accordingly through a mix of grid extensions and the use of microgrids and hybrid systems in collaboration with the national distribution company, Belize Electricity Limited. And a part of this is trying to share what our knowledge is and also to get feedback from our key stakeholders. That's why it is important for us to do this session, to do this planning in energy access key performance indicator, so as to know how we are doing in the field and how to better execute the projects that we have planned. So within the coming months, you will definitely see much more engagement from us. You'll see much more releases from us, getting more sensitization to the public, getting to know a bit more details of our plans. For example, we are currently working on a plan with BL right now to electrify 5 villages through 3 different microgrid systems, in addition to 2 other microgrid systems, one that has been deployed and one that we are hoping to inaugurate very, very soon. All of this is in line with this government's vision of Plan Belize and how we can achieve universal access in accordance with the Sustainable Development Goals 7. The Sustainable Development Goals we have for 2030, but I'm sure that my minister would like that to be completed very much sooner than that. So with that, without any further ado, I pass it back over to Mr. Neil. Thank you, and welcome.
Thank you, Director Cobb. Indeed, many of us, well, at least I do, I'm from an urban area, take access to energy for granted. However, that is not the reality of many people in the rural areas, not only in Belize, but across the Caribbean. So, indeed. Thank you again. We will now move into the opening remarks by Mr. Glenn Morris, who is team leader in the Light Up Belize Technical Assistance Project that is funded by the European Union. Glenn is an energy engineer from Cape Town, South Africa, with more than 35 years of experience with energy development, renewable energy, and energy efficiency in developing countries. He has worked mostly in Southern and Eastern Africa, Afghanistan, and most recently until 2018 in the energy unit of the CARICOM Secretariat in Guyana. Mr. Morris.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. MC, and good morning, everybody. I'm very glad to be here today. I'm very glad to be addressing you as the team leader of the Light Up Belize project, which, as you have heard, is a project that is funded, a technical assistance project is funded by the European Union to support stakeholders in Belize on energy issues generally, but of course also on energy access. I'm asked to make these few opening remarks together and on behalf of the European Union. Mr. Mirko Schroeder would have been here today, he's unfortunately otherwise engaged, and so I'm able to be here and make some remarks from the perspective of Light Up Belize. We are very glad to be here together with other partners, collaborating with the government of Belize, with CARICOM, CCRI, and other national stakeholders. As you are aware, this is a regional event today, and we see this as extremely valuable, having this collaboration, this partnership. This is not a task that can be done easily by a country on its own, and there's great benefits in sharing resources. And so I think that's an indication today of that shared commitment and the collaborative effort that is happening within the CARICOM context. I would further like to add to the comments that we have already heard from Director Cobb and from the MC around energy access, which is really an equity issue if you consider the opportunities for all citizens worldwide, but certainly in Belize, Guyana, Suriname, and who are we with? Guyana, Suriname, and Belize, sorry. That citizens are essentially entitled to the same benefits, regardless of where they are living. So it's often a question, a difficult technical question of how to provide those services. But it is increasingly possible because of technology. The Light Up Belize Technical Assistance Project, funded by the European Union, is running in parallel with a grant that the EU has signed with BEL in Belize to advance energy access through mini-grids. And you have heard that there will be villages that will be receiving electricity through mini-grid systems and infrastructure, which in time can be connected to the national grid. So we're also seeing this important question of standardization, so that electricity is electricity and not somehow stuck in a silo. And that this is done in terms of international standards, the United Nations multi-tier framework for the levels of service. And in this case, the discussion is around tier 4 of the multi-tier framework for electricity. So in conclusion, I would like to support the workshop today, or say that we are very glad to be supporting the workshop today, and to know that the government of Belize is working with CARICOM and the other member states to establish this framework, and to do this from the perspective of not only the technical issues of delivering, but also of measuring, so that we can have confidence that we are making progress and that we can plan effectively going forward, because this is an ongoing process. So we are very glad to be here. I wish you an informative and a very productive day, and I thank you for your participation. I look forward to the rest of the day. Thank you.
Individuals such as myself said, we're wondering if it is that we should really be at this event, but as we were reminded, this is more of a human issue than it is a technical issue. While there is a technical knowledge, let us not forget that underpinning all that we do is human well-being, whether it is for the students to access the programs at the university or to access loans from DFC. Certainly those are things that we take for granted, that you do have energy, which, as I said, is not the case. So with that, it's always critical that we define exactly what it is we're talking about so that we're speaking the same language. So when we speak about energy access, then we need a standard working definition that we can all agree what this access entails. And to help us with that definition is Dr. Devon Gardner, who is an established thought leader in the energy sector and in academia. Devon holds a PhD in chemical physics, which was obtained in 2001, with specializations in numerical analysis and modeling from the University of West Indies Mona campus in Jamaica. Dr. Gardner has over 21 years of dedicated and reliable service within the energy sector. Since February of this year, he has been serving as the head of the technical programs at CCRE and has oversight for the CARICOM Energy Knowledge Hub, CEKH, and Integrated Resource and Resilience Planning, IRRP. Prior to his appointment at CCRE, Devon was program manager for energy and head of the energy unit at Caribbean Community CARICOM Secretariat, serving from September 2014 up until December 2021. Under his leadership, the strategy for the regional statistics and information management that constituted the CARICOM Energy Knowledge Hub, the CARICOM Energy Information System, and the Regional Energy Modeling Cluster was established as for a basis to collectively enhance the timely availability and effective dissemination of accurate statistics, current information, and quality intelligence on energy matters within the region. Devon was also a technical advisor within the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, 5Cs, and held multiple appointments in academia, ranging from senior research fellow to professor in various universities within the Caribbean and Europe. Dr. Gardner.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Honorable Minister, CEO, Director Cobb, and the members of staff of the Energy Unit. Glyn Morris, once upon a time office mate, pretty much, and his colleagues from Light Up Belize. I see my colleagues from the 5Cs. Earl, how are you doing? Long time. And Sapphire Newly, former colleague at the CCRE, now at the 5Cs. Lots of folks. Also, let me give my shout out to Norwell from University of Guyana. We also have others from University of Guyana joining those from Belize who are here. I am going to spend the next 15 minutes trying to lead us to Ambrose, why you hiding in the back, man? Oh Lord, I didn't even see. I just see the person laughing, and then I say, who that laughing so? And I look and realize it's you. Good to see so many esteemed colleagues in the room. It shows the quality of the importance that we place on this matter. I am going to be trying for the next 13 minutes, because I've already used 2 for my salutations, to lead us to a point of understanding what we should be thinking, or where collectively our minds should be, in a sense, looking when we say energy access. There's never ever a single definition that will provide all with exactly what energy access entails. Energy access, to a large extent, has much to do with the circumstances of each country and each community. Before I do that, I will speak a little bit about the CCRE and its work program and its work agenda. So if we go to the first slide. Oh, I do have a clicker. Thank you, Rachel. So the strategic programs of the CCRE are based on 7 pillars, 7 critical pillars. At the top of the chain is what we call climate resilience. Every single thing that we do in the CCRE is linked to the principle of building secure and resilient futures for the region, energy security, energy resilience, and by doing that, creating a resilient society overall. Reason being that the Caribbean, as we all know, is on the front lines of climate change. Belize recently had its own hurricane affecting the city, and this is now becoming more frequent across the Caribbean. Each year it's now a question of which country will be hit rather than whether a country will be hit. I don't have to spend too much time talking about climate change here because most of you are students of climate matters and know more about this subject even than I do. But the recent COP, which was concluded in Egypt, tells us one thing more than anything else, that we must design and build our own path forward because nobody else is going to do it for us. So while it is that we have seen the emergence of an additional funding mechanism for loss and damage, as is usual with the previous funding mechanisms, there are a lot of questions to be answered about how the mechanism will be functioning and who is going to put money and what those quantums of money are going to look like. We have seen what happened with the Green Climate Fund, where 7 years after the fact, there are still many questions regarding how the fund is functioning and what who is contributing what to the fund. The work agenda which we do pursue in the CCRE includes, among them, energy access as one of the main pillars. And the reason why that is the case is that within the Caribbean region, energy access is an important issue, contrary to what you will hear from the World Bank colleagues when they speak, because they tend to compare the Caribbean in broad numerical strokes with Africa and Asia. And they will say, the Caribbean is over 90% electrified. You guys don't have an energy access problem. Well, that is not true. Because when you are living in the community where there is no access, then it doesn't matter that 97% elsewhere are electrified. Also, there's the issue of affordability. So access is, in the one hand, based on availability, but there's also access that is linked to affordability. There are many communities that actually are connected to the grid, and many individuals and households who have grid connections, but they are unable to utilize those connections because they are unable to pay their bills, and their services have been disconnected because of the cost. The electricity cost within the Caribbean is one of the highest in the world. It certainly is second in terms of a region. Only the Pacific has electricity costs that are higher than the Caribbean in general. Average kilowatt-hour charges within the Caribbean region are north of 33 cents per kilowatt-hour US. And that is when you include in the average those countries like Trinidad and Tobago, which have artificially low prices like 5.5 cents per kilowatt-hour, and Suriname, which has 9 cents per kilowatt-hour. So if we pretty much try to understand the whole context of what we are looking at, it's really trying to figure out how is it that we, within the framework of the impending projections of climate change, that will include temperature rise, as we know. Already surface temperatures are 1 degree Celsius warmer than they were in the pre-industrial era. That's information that is not concocted, but information that comes from thousands of scientific papers and has now been compiled within the 6th assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. We know also that sea level rise has been happening. We have already seen a lot of the projections. Many beaches are likely to disappear. I don't know how many of you may have ever gone to Grenada, but there's a beach in Grenada that is very famous called Grand Dance Beach. And the projections are that by 2050, there will be no more Grand Dance Beach. We have seen already that on average, there is a sea level rise of around 5 to 15 millimeter per year within the Caribbean. Earl would give you some of these information better than I can because the 5Cs have been doing stellar work on some of these things along with the climate studies group in Mona at University of the West Indies. We spoke about the meteorological shifts. Hydrometeorological issues, in fact, predominate a lot of the conversations because the number of floods, as I speak, there is a flood ravaging Georgetown, Gardner. I don't know how many of you have been paying attention, but because I used to live in Georgetown, I see all the photos. People send me videos, photos. Cars have been washed out of the streets in Georgetown, downtown Georgetown, just like that. You know, the rains are raging, the waters are flowing very rapidly, and a lot of things are actually being damaged as we speak. Floods are more intense when they happen. It's not just about the quantity; it's also the intensity. The floods are more intense when they happen. Droughts are more, intense, are longer and more difficult when they happen. Hurricanes are happening with greater frequency. I have graphs and all of that shows the kind of trends that has been happening over the last couple of decades, but I won't show that here today. And we understand what all of that is doing. So in a sense, we have to make sure that we adapt our human systems and our natural systems to the impending threats of climate change, what is already emerging and what is to emerge. And that includes how we adapt to our food and water resource and our energy resources and our built environment. And you will see how all of that comes together with the energy access consideration and conversation as we go along. And in adapting our systems, natural systems, human systems, to the impending impacts of climate change, it is how we will also adapt to our socio-economic development pathway. Because if we don't have energy systems and food and water systems that are able to sustain us, even when the climate is, in a sense, deleterious to what we are trying to achieve, we will never be able to achieve the kind of sustainable development goals that we are seeking to set out. And at the center of our sustainable development pathway, naturally, is people. Because without us acting on the behalf of and for the people, then there's no point. People are the center of society. And so the people who elect people like Minister Shabbat as a member of parliament and as asked him to serve are expecting in return that we will act on their behalf. The people like myself and Ryan, who are civil servants paid by taxpayers' money, must deliver to those taxpayers because they are paying us because they expect something in return. So at the center of all that we do must be the people. And by doing that, the co-benefit that will emerge is that we will end up with systems that are more technologically advanced, which are much more eco-efficient, which are much cleaner, and therefore would have mitigation benefits, or co-benefits. In respect to energy access, I want to show this chart because this is, in a sense, what the analysis is showing from what we have now on the table. Belize, Guyana, Latin America, and the Caribbean in general, and Haiti. We don't have for Suriname what it is yet because there's not enough data available for Suriname. But what is clear is that there has been improvements in the levels of energy access. So we can't always beat ourselves up. We must also commend those who are stewards of the shifts that we are trying to manage. We have been making some progress. However, the story is that the progress is not nearly enough. And for the man or the woman or the child in Otasha who has been waiting for 2 years for a microgrid or for electricity access, telling them that we have been able to raise electricity access from 83% to 91% in the last 10 years is not nearly enough for them. And that is why a large part of the CCRE's task is to help countries to accelerate the programs for energy access. And so as a result of that, we have established what we call the CARICOM Energy Access Partnership. This is something that I had done while I was in the seat at the CARICOM Secretariat, and which I am now driving at the secret. And Ryan, you will be familiar with your La Gracia project, of which we are very proud. We use it as, to kind of show a visual of what we're talking about when we talk about energy access. The program that we are pursuing, for obvious reasons, is focused on Belize, Guyana, and Suriname in the first instance, because interland and rural communities continue to be either unserved or underserved. And I will speak about that in a bit in the next 5 minutes. There are also going to be focuses in the subsequent phase on remote islands, such as those in the Bahamas and the Grenadines, and some of those rural pockets in Dominica, Jamaica, St. Vincent, and so on. Ideally, I would have wanted to put Haiti at the top of the pile, because in Haiti, the situation is dire. Only 25% of 11 million people have electricity access. And of that 25% which have electricity access, 50% of that 25% is not connected legally. So what they have is sporadic access. So it's really 12.5% of Haitians, 11 million people, who have legal connections and therefore full access to electricity. And even then, there are normal power cuts. Power cuts are the norm in the metropolitan part of Port-au-Prince. And in fact, the numbers show that within that energy access configuration in Haiti, 73% of those who have access are in Port-au-Prince or the metropole areas. But in the rural parts, only 5% have electricity access. I've been also doing some trying to scrub to figure out what are the equivalences in the CARICOM region as a whole, to understand where the electricity access is in terms of numbers, and what are the and understanding what the dynamics are. I'm not yet at the stage to give detailed, if you want to call it, a detailed presentation on it. What I'm going to say to you now is that it's not something that I wish to be quoted, but preliminary or back of the envelope calculations are suggesting that those who are in the urban metropoles within CARICOM countries, 80 as a part, I've taken 80 out for this purpose. Those who are in the metropoles have access of 99%. Those who live in urban areas have electricity access of 99%. But those who are in rural and interland areas, including those I spoke about in the remote islands of Bahamas and so on, and the rural pockets, but certainly the interlands in Belize, Guyana, and Suriname, typically fall at below 50%. We are looking at 45 to 48% based on the preliminary numbers that we have run on the back of an envelope. Now, we are going to, over the next year, be collecting data so that we can come up with hard numbers and hard evidence to really show what this really looks like country by country in terms of who doesn't have electricity access and where they reside, so that we can systematically and strategically target them. So as we move towards the definition of energy access, energy obviously is one. Rachel, is it possible to turn off this front light here, because the slides are not showing as well as they should, with the bright light at the front. But or is it that you need that? Yeah. This one over on the side. In any case, I will. Yeah, that looked better when those ones at the back were turned off. Turn them off again. Yes, that looks better. That's a bit sharper. Perfect. Keep that one off, man. Oh, the camera. Right. I forgot. For the folks who are at home, apologies for the darkening of the room. I almost totally forgot about you. I didn't even say hello to you in my salutations. But as we define or seek to define what energy access is, we really look at energy services. Energy access, the basis of energy access is energy services, because what people desire is not electricity so much. What they desire are services. The fact, though, is that electricity is at the apex of those services. Electricity is the apex of the source that allows them to meet those services. So if you were to compare the ability of someone to be able to get access fuel wood, transport that fuel wood, and use that fuel wood to provide heating versus the ease and efficiency with which they will be able to provide that heating from, say, electricity as an energy carrier, then obviously electricity makes better sense. It's far more efficient, far more useful, far more convenient than most of the other energy carriers. But of course, there are some fuels which will continue to play a role within access and any definition of access. And that includes your liquid fuels such as kerosene and so on that are used for cooking still and for heating purposes in many instances. And you've moved that towards other aspects of access towards gasoline, diesel, which in some instances is used to run generators to provide electricity, both in a community generation model as well as individual household or individual premises which have diesel gensets. That is what pretty much drives a lot where energy access is concerned. And then there's, of course, the fuels requirement for transport. Fortuitously for us, as the world progresses towards 2030, what the numbers are showing us based on analysis is that as much as 58% of energy end use is likely to be produced by electricity. So energy demand or the energy services that we require are going to be much more electrified over the coming couple of years than they are now. Currently, 18% of energy end use is electrified. But we see a meshing of transport and electricity. We see a meshing of heating and electricity, where heating requirements are can now be much more efficiently and easily. Once upon a time, you hear that heating was too inefficient when it's done by electricity. It's better to use fuel. That's no longer the case because technology changes is now making the electrical provision of heating far more efficient than it was 10 years ago. We are seeing also where cooling and the use of electricity for cooling, and not necessarily for air conditioning. When people hear cooling, they think about air conditioning and say, oh, but the people in Interland don't need air conditioning. But for those who require refrigeration is our cooling service. And for cooling, likewise, electricity access is important because it's the most efficient way of providing cooling at this time, especially through the heat exchange processes and technologies that are available. Now, what I try to capture here is really what we are talking about when we talk about energy access, or more specifically electricity access. It really we look to frame it in terms of how much capacity, how long is that capacity available for, what's the reliability with which that capacity is provided, what's the quality of the power, and what our the important of course, point as I raised earlier, the affordability of the electricity that is being provided. What are the arrangements for those for the electricity to be accessed? Because what you don't want is for it to be an informal arrangement where today you can get it and tomorrow you have to go beg somebody because there's no formal arrangement and no formal process. And of course, critical and important is the health and safety, because if it's not going to be done in a way that is safe, then you can have more problems than the solutions that you're trying to provide. So we look to provide microgrid solutions at district level for communities that are underserved or unserved. And what you're trying to do is to look at different levels of capacity. If you see those, and this is really at the household, at the individual level. So when we define electricity access, at the apex of electricity access is those people who have about 2 kilowatts of available capacity. And then, of course, you have those who are underserved, who tend to have probably closer to around 50 watts, anywhere between 50 watts and 500 watts. And then there are those who are, pretty much on the borderline, which are those who have 3 watts or less available to them. So we look at it in terms of how much capacity you have, because the capacity of electricity that you have available, 2 minutes, okay, thanks. The capacity of electricity that you have available is what will tell you how much you can do in terms of energy service provision, because if you don't have enough capacity, you will not be able to provide a lot of the energy services that you require. If you are trying to operate a household, imagine with 3 watts, you are not going to be able to run a refrigerator. you are not going to be able to watch a television and iron clothes and all of these kind of things effectively. But certainly if you are at 2 kilowatts, you will be able to do most services that are required for you to have a good, if you want to call it, a degree of energy services available within your household as a case in point. And this is why you see those services that are highlighted here. Lighting is typically one of the most important. And so at the primary side of energy access, what we try to do is to provide enough for lighting devices when night comes, because lighting changes security. It changes the ability of people to be able to function at night, including to study and to work and do whatever it is that they need to be doing and keeping themselves productive at night. Many people used to go to bed early in the communities where there is no light, because once there's no light, there's nothing that you can really do productively or socially. So then what's the point of staying awake? So to be able to utilize those dark hours, lighting is critical to energy access. And of course, in terms of the availability, we are talking about, are there going to be 24 hours? Are there going to be 20 hours? Are there going to be 8 hours availability per day? And that is what dictates the degree of access. So we have split the access into 6 categories, as you would see on there, where you have those who are getting at least 2 kilowatts. Those 2 kilowatts have been provided at least 23 hours per day. And where the evening availability is bringing you through at least 4 hours in the evening time, from 6 o'clock till 10 o'clock, which means during the productive hours of the evening. Where the reliability is one that would, if you were to look at it relative to utility scale things, you would be looking at where you are looking at 3 to 14 disruptions. In the case of what you would call good access, and in terms of excellent access, those where you have less than 3 disruptions per week. And when you think about quality, where there are stable voltage and stable frequency supplies, so you don't get these flickers in your lights, which you don't get power surges, which will damage whatever appliances you have at the other end. And of course, availability is one which is based on cost. And we have this is always going to be a function of the society, because it's difficult to say what is going to be cost effective for one society versus another. So the cost aspect of it has to be one that is looked at on a societal basis. But we think that the cost is one that should be less than 5% of the household income. Once you start to go above 5% of a household income in terms of electricity costs, then you are eating a lot into what they can really and realistically afford. And of course, formalities are going to be critical in terms of how it is that they will pay, they will, in a sense, apply for, obtain, and pay for that access. Some kind of formality is important, because without that formality, then it could become a function of whosoever will make come, rather than it being something that is done systematically to serve all. And of course, within that context, ensuring that there is a limitation of accidents by managing the standards, the safety standards. Glenn spoke about it. So too did Ryan. The safety standards by using proper codes, grid codes, and so on, microgrid codes, and so on, for this to happen. And within that context, so I can wrap up now. We are wrapping up now in a sense. For those who are online, I use the example of Otasha Belize, where we are doing the CCRE is now doing a project working together with the Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics, and E-Governance. This is just to orientate those who are online and who are not familiar with Otasha. It's a community that's close to the Guatemalan border and has around 80 households, subsistence farming, no electricity at this point, and water quality, which is not necessarily desirable. We did consultations to try to figure out, what an energy access program would be if it's suitably designed to meet their requirements. We are looking now at a project that will provide 120 kilowatts peak with 600 kilowatt hours of battery and a diesel genset of 100 kVAs, with poles, with conductors, cables, transformers, the whole thing, and a smart pay system that will allow people to be able to top up their meters, prepaid meters from, utilizing their phones, etc., and ensuring that there's a distribution system that is built out and connected to households, ensuring that there's a minimum amount of safe wiring that will bring the power into the houses for them to be able to access, and of course some amount of street lighting for security and safety and so on. And within that context, we are also in this beginning to build in to our energy access program, water access, because we think that energy access and water access go hand in hand. You have the ability to do one while doing the other. So we don't see why we should be doing one and not the other, because oftentimes the availability of good and quality electricity allows us to be able to pump and deliver clean water to communities where it's required, and we can pursue both of those symbiotically. In a sense, what we are trying to determine is how we can build the right kind of, if you want to call it, driving forces, which are going to push the interactions for energy access to happen, and build this around policy interactions that are necessary, looking at how energy access feed into all our indicators related to GDP and so on. And importantly, ensuring that within the context of energy access provision, that we are not simply providing electricity to a community for people to sit at home in couches and watch the World Cup, but also that that they will be able to earn a living when the World Cup is done, while the World Cup is going on. Because at the end of the day, if you are sitting and watching World Cup and not able to earn, as we are doing today, working for our respective organizations, we could have been watching the World Cup too. But if you're not making productive use of the energy, you are not going to be able to pay. And if there's the inability of a community to pay, then the system is not going to be sustainable. It means that it will require government subsidies, and government subsidies mean taxpayer subsidies, and it will become a burden on taxpayers all over the country if it is that taxpayers will be required to finance 100% for those who do not have energy. And it also will bring about some amount of irresponsibility on those who have the access. And more importantly, for the principles and purposes of social cohesion, people will need to have means of livelihood that allow them to do things beyond just having energy services. They will want to have social amenities. They want to go out and buy ice cream. They want to go out and do something else. And so bringing livelihoods in as part of the energy access program is very, very important and very critical. So there will be in the importance of having GDP measures for the communities where we are putting in energy access. There's going to be importance of looking at what the economic improvements are, what the social cohesion improvements are, what the different social parameter improvements are, looking at healthcare improvements, because that is going to change with energy access, education improvements, because that will change with energy access, other social parameters, including the ability to host meetings and interact and such alikes, and so on. So employment numbers are going to be important to track, and so on. So we understand all of these things, education numbers, how many people are now going to school, and what are their performances, all of these things. So there are quite a bit of policy outcomes that we can use to help to frame our indicators and track our indicators. Of course, one of the things that are important on the driving force side is that we expect that when energy access is improving in a lot of these communities, that populations will grow, because many of those who were migrating out to go to find better will revert if it is that they are seeing improvement from whence they came. Many like the communities from whence they came, but they are leaving only because they don't see much of an option or opportunity to do better. But they will return, and we do see that you will have reverse urbanization in some instances and population growth and so on. So I will wrap here and pretty much say that within the context of where I started, the whole issue is really how we ensure that in building out the energy access programs, that the natural system is, in a sense, utilized as far as possible within the system that we are building. So you build the system in a way that it utilizes and enhances what is naturally available, and that energy access is always linked to water access and food security access, and that within that context, we always look to find opportunities for optimizing what we refer to as sector coupling. So you get your water, your agriculture, and whatever other types of sector, economic sector developments, including even tourism, ecotourism, which are potentially possible in some of these communities. And understanding how energy access will lead to better utilization and, of course, the firm availability of energy for all. So at this point, I will stop here, and I will turn over to the rest of the colleagues. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Dr. Devon, thank you so very much. couple takeaways on my end from that presentation. First of all, and not the least of all, is a very good presentation. And I don't know whether those that are tuned in online can appreciate how well dressed as well you are. So I was admiring your suit, so well done. Overall, the situation of Haiti, that really moved me. I never knew that, that was, I knew that was the situation there because I've been following the developments in Haiti, but in terms of energy access and the dire inconvenience and what that would mean for the people and for their future development, I never really thought about it until I'm actually in this context, and it kind of actually makes me a little bit embarrassed to be even a little off-put or upset as to the temporary loss of power that I experienced during the most recent hurricane, as nothing compared to the rural communities that only have 5% access and what they're going through. So I can be embarrassed by that. Thank you for the clarification as well that in terms of energy access, there's no standard definition per se. However, there are dimensions that we ought to consider when it is we're measuring energy access. As well, I took away that it's critical for us to, as well, those that have access, to consider the usage of energy, to not take it for granted, to be mindful and to have that awareness that, you're respecting I think what you have, which is not a right, but, and finally, in terms of our electricity cost in the region, which Dr. Devon mentioned is the second highest only to Asia Pacific, the Pacific, which, as you know, inhibits our ability to actually, our production possibilities, it increases everything associated with doing business in our jurisdiction. So that is important as well. And finally, it's critical to consider, as Dr. Devon said, those who are on the margins, who have marginal access to energy, and what happens in this current economic situation in the inflationary environment for those that slip from access to access, and it's something I never thought about until just now. So thank you for that. Honorable Michelle Shabbat, good morning again. The Minister of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics, and E-Governance, affectionately known as Misho. You are indeed a veritable powerhouse in Kaya North in the years that you have been working there. Honorable Shabbat is a senior counsel, a trained attorney, having obtained his associate's degree at St. John's College Junior College, sixth form, my alma mater, and then went on to earn his bachelor's degree in international relations from Florida International University. I never knew you were an FIU graduate. I am an FIU graduate as well. Go Panthers. He then went on to achieve a Bachelor of Law at the University of West Indies with honors and his legal education certificate from the Norman Manley Law School. He would be elevated to the rank of senior counsel in 2011. Outside of his law practice, Honorable Shabbat also served with distinction as president of the Bar Association and on the boards of the Judicial and Legal Services Commission, the Social Security Board, the Central Bank of Belize, Palote High School Board of Governors, and the Red Cross. In November of 2020, the Honorable Michelle Shabbat was elected as the area representative for Kaya North and was assigned a responsibility of the Ministry of Health and Wellness. During his tenure, Minister Shabbat introduced public health measures to combat the COVID pandemic, launched a massive health campaign and mass distribution, instituted broad-based testing, introduced new medication to combat COVID-19, fully vaccinated over 200,000 Belizeans, led Belize through 3 waves of COVID-19, and restructured the Ministry of Health and Wellness to ensure greater efficiency and access to health care. Since January of this year, the Honorable Michelle Shabbat has been heading the Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics, and E-Governance. Under his leadership, the ministry has undertaken several important policies and enacted new legislations, including the Digital Government Bill, which will have a transformational effect on the services provided by the government of Belize. I now call the Honorable Minister Shabbat to deliver this morning's keynote address. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Gardner. I submit that watching the World Cup is critical to human happiness. With that being said, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this Energy Access Workshop. It is great that so many of you have joined us today. Whether you're here in person or watching remotely from the different CARICOM nations, I hope that you will all walk away with a very positive experience. November plays host to CARICOM Energy Month, a celebratory time in which the Caribbean community addresses the need for increased awareness on energy matters, given the critical importance of energy to the economic development of the region. Today's event represents one of Belize's National Energy Month activities, which is being observed under the regional theme, Our Future is Electric. Evidently, access to energy is vital to economic, social, and human development and forms the building block for modern human progress. Over the last few decades, the energy landscape has changed a great deal. Nonetheless, one thing has remained constant. That is, the ever-increasing need for stable and secure energy services as populations have expanded and economies have grown. This remains true as we look at the decades to come. As such, any deficit in energy access will likely have a significant impact on human well-being, as recognized by the Sustainable Development Goal 7. Which calls for access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. While it is important to highlight that a greater share of the global population has gained access to electricity during the last decade, the International Energy Agency reports that today 770 million people still live without access to electricity. In Belize, there is still a significant portion of the population that does not have access to electricity. Approximately 8% of the population, or over 30,000 citizens. To compound this issue, the increasing complexity of reaching more remote and poor underserved communities and the impact from the COVID-19 pandemic is projected to slow the progress of electrification. To put this into context, the Tracking SDG 7 Progress Report released earlier this year notes that for the globe to meet the 2030 target of universal access, there is a requirement for increasing the number of new connections to 100 million a year. However, at the current rates of progress, the world will reach only 92% electrification by 2030. Thus, there is much work still to be done. Access to electricity is needed for multiple applications within society and stands at the center of global efforts to address the socio-economic impacts of energy poverty and climate change. The September 2021 United Nations High-Level Dialogue on Energy encouraged governments and the international community to take more action to achieve a sustainable energy future that leaves no one behind. Hence, a sustainable energy pathway is high on the political agenda as governments aim to provide reliable and affordable access to energy services in an environmentally kind manner and in conformity with national economic needs. Although energy access for CARICOM citizens is generally high, there are still many hinterland communities and poor urban communities who do not have access to reliable and affordable electricity. The government of Belize maintains its strong ambition and leadership in the transition of its national energy system to improve universal access to modern energy services in alignment with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and national commitments. The country continues its efforts in the enhancement of energy efficiency measures and the establishment of mini-grid systems to provide energy services to unserved rural communities not connected to the national grid, designed to build critical systems and resilience. In response to this new paradigm, there is a unique opportunity for Belize and the wider CARICOM region to redesign business models and decarbonize the energy sector by investing in customer-centric needs and sustainable energy solutions. Equally important, indicators developed for tracking progress towards ensuring universal access to electricity provides a unique opportunity for understanding energy access and its impact on our citizens. Currently, Belize still lacks a comprehensive framework for assessing how many people have access to reliable and affordable electricity that is provided at a standardized level of service. Understanding what indicators the data is needed and streamlining data collection and reporting processes will play an important role in improving access to affordable and reliable electricity at scale for rural populations and unserved communities. It is my hope that today's event will be a launching pad to develop concrete steps to aligning stakeholders to systematically measure and report energy access levels in Belize. While I'm here before you today, I believe it is important to state clearly that the achievement of the SDG 7.1 should be an integral component of all CARICOM member states' energy transition and should be deeply embedded in development and climate commitments. Accelerating the pace of progress across our region and indicators will require stronger political commitment, long-term energy planning and adequate policy, and scale incentives to spur faster uptake of sustainable energy solutions to address universal energy access. As CARICOM member states and as stakeholders in this room, we can no longer work in silos. We can no longer see our future in polarized terms. I would like to thank all those who played a key role in convening this important event, which stresses critical aspects of energy access, project implementation, and indicator development, and reporting for tracking progress. I wish you all a very fruitful discussion, and I look forward to learning about the outcome of this very important event. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Minister Shabbat. We now move into session 1, energy access implementation programs, where we look at lessons learned from actually implementing these programs and see what insights or takeaways and the challenges we can glean from these cases. I will be moderating this session. We'll have presentations by Mr. Dion Kelly, who's here with us, as well as Ms. Siobhan Wood, who is online, immediately followed by a Q&A, where Mr. Kelly and myself will take the stage and he will, I won't, and Ms. Siobhan will field questions from the audience, and I do have some questions of my own, I'm curious. So, Mr. Kelly is an electrical engineer that has been serving the people of Belize for the past 7 years. He is currently the energy planner in the Ministry of Public Utilities and has been involved with energy efficiency, renewable energy, and lately, energy planning initiatives. The energy access projects are particularly special for Mr. Kelly, as he has seen the issues being faced by those that lack access to electricity, and he knows the potential for sustainable development in these areas are relatively high. His mantra is every day is another opportunity to be your best self. And this is what motivates him in executing his duties. His hope is that one day energy access will be a reality for all and will be the driving force behind a robust and competitive society. I call to the stage Mr. Dion Kelly for his presentation on lessons learned from energy access initiatives.
Good morning, everyone. I know I have a daunting task because I have to go after Dr. Gardner and our minister, Michelle Shabbat. So, and Ryan as well, yes. And so to follow those type of acts, it's not that easy. They're well skilled and knowledgeable in their areas. So today, my task is pretty much to explain the lessons that Belize has gone through in terms of energy access. It has been a long road. We're very grateful that through our energy policy created in 2011, the unit was created, and I think the unit have done a great job and great service to Belize thus far. So, as we see there, I think Dr. Gardner had a better picture than I did because he really had the pictures of the prepaid meters that we use in La Gracia, and La Gracia was our pilot project for energy access, and we'll discuss that a bit more in the presentation. So today, I'll be going through the content, which is the background. Why are we doing energy access? The strategy that probably could be used. Key aspects that you should take into consideration when you're thinking about energy access. And of course, I always believe it's very important to have a recap at the end of your presentation, just so everybody can rethink on the material that has been presented. So why are we doing energy access? Particularly in Belize, and I want to think globally, that probably it's a government initiative. It's an objective of the government to provide services to all its people. We have global goals, such as the SDG 7, which speaks about affordable and clean energy. And I think the overarching issue is it's a social responsibility. How can we in 2022 live in our house with a conscious mind, knowing that people are out there that don't have access to energy, so it really puts them at a disadvantage. So one strategy, and of course there's no silver bullet for any type of initiative, but one strategy is what I have outlined here. And so when you're thinking about energy access, one of the first things you should do is to define your program. Right, yeah, the pointer might be reaching there. Right, so you'll notice besides the strategy that I have there is two definitions. So we have one definition for a project, and it pretty much means it represents a single focus endeavor and a program. And so why didn't I say define a project? Because if you define a project, for example, if we had done La Gracia and didn't have a plan going forward, then it's like we're restarting the process. And of course that has financial aspects connected to that type of decision. So when you're thinking about rolling out an energy access program, whether it's in a country or it's in a region, it's very important for you to define your program. And so you'll notice in my strategy, I have some arrows moving from partners to defining programs. So you can either look at it and say, you know what? I, probably as the energy unit, I can define my program. Then I go to my partners and I ask my partners, hey, what do you think about this program? How could we tweak it? Or you could say, you know what, partners, help me define a program, right? And so you can take it any way how you best see it. But the idea still is that choosing your partners, understanding their roles that they'll play within the concept of energy access is very important, and define your program. And so once you have your program defined, you have your partners selected, a methodology. How do you go about? Is it that you're going to seek loans? Is it that you're going to seek grants? How will you finance your project? And when you have your finance, what is your scope? I think we have spoken today a lot about rural areas, but what about those who live in the urban areas and don't have access? You can imagine your neighbor is probably just 2 or 1 block away from your house and they have and you don't, right? So that's why I started off saying that it's a social responsibility that we have as a people. And of course, once you have your program defined, you have your partners, you have your methodology, it's execution time. How do you execute? And of course, it could be a iterative process, because of course, we know that universal access is actually a moving target. I'm sure all of us in this room either know someone who is building a house or a company right now, or is thinking about building a house and a company. So when we think about 100%, we may never reach 100%, because as soon as we reach 100%, someone will build a house, right? So having a program is very important. So what are the key aspects that we should think about? And I try to break it down into 3 different groups, whereby we have pre-project, so understanding who owns the land that the generation system will go on. And of course, I'm going straight into microgrids, but of course, when Dr. Gardner was explaining different tiers within energy access, there could be smaller levels. So land might not be that of an important issue unless you're talking about where you're going to put your generation system. Project partners, their roles, it's very important. Each project partner plays a very important role and can even derail the project in a sense. Funding, scope. As I said, when you think about creating a program, and I once went to a strategic planning meeting, and I think the organizer of that meeting is in the room, and a question that he posted is, it was, what is the answer to 99 out of 100 problems? And the answer was money, finance. Once you have finance, you can plan. If you don't have finance, you're not even at square one. So payment method, how will, it might be the utility, it might be a private company, it might be the government, how do you go about collecting funds? And the cost of the service. Of course, we have the regulator in the room, so I don't really need to touch on that, but of course, they need to be a project partner. Then we look at project execution, your stakeholder engagement. Of course, you don't, or it would be insane for you to go put a system somewhere that's not wanted. So speaking with your stakeholders, understanding what they want, what level to provide is very important. Local opportunities. It's very important that when you engage with them, that they see some benefit that even before the service reach, they're already benefiting, and we will speak about that some more. Residential wiring. We have seen that when it comes to energy access, it's normally within the rural areas. I think it was in Dr. Gardner's presentation where we saw that in Otasha, they're subsistence farmers. And I think that's why he touched on the point of bringing job opportunities, not just to watch the World Cup, but bringing job opportunities to these communities. And of course, the handing over and what happens after the project. Medium to long-term goals. You have to understand what you'll do to your system, and land plays a big part in that decision. Commissioning and training. It's very important that you have that level of knowledge exchange. Of course, I'm going straight into microgrids again, but you can also imagine a household that has a standalone system. How do they ensure that that system will last as long as it possibly can? It's within training and for microgrids commission. So land ownership, who owns the land? Is it privately owned? Is it publicly owned? And then once you understand the context of who owns the land, and we're talking about specifically land for the generation set, then you start thinking about the agreements that you might make. Would you buy that land? Once again, it goes back to your program. What's your plan for the future of that system? Do you lease that land? What is the agreement that you have with the owner of that land? So land is a very important issue. Getting into project partners. Steve Jobs once stated that great things in business are never done by one person. They're done by a team of people. And so whenever you're thinking about energy access, project partners are very important. And their roles, the roles that they play. And so we see that they could be donors or financiers. Like I said, it depends if you're looking for grants, if you're looking for loans, it could be blended. Installers, who will install a system? The grid. owner and operator of the system, very important from the start. I think that was one of the most important lessons learned in terms of our pilot project. Locals, beneficiaries, of course, they're at the center of what you're doing. Really and truly, it's all about them. Project lead, who leads? You need someone to organize. When do we meet? When do we discuss? What do we discuss? Are we on track? Do we have the finance to do what we're doing? Funding/scope. So those who are familiar with project management would understand the triple constraint theory, which pretty much states that between time, cost, and scope, any one of those that you need to manipulate will also manipulate the other two. So for example, if you increase your scope, of course, more likely you'll have increased your time and your cost. And if your time increase, your cost and your scope increase as well. So it's something that you take into consideration when you're thinking about your funding and your scope of your project. How far can we go? And so then when you're thinking about your funding and your scope, then you say, what is my objective? And it should always be measurable, your objectives. What can be done with the funds? Very important. That was another lesson learned from our pilot project. Is there a gap? So you really need to have partners who you can sit down with and you can bounce different questions off them. And then you can find out if your project have a gap. And you need to try to fill that gap before you start. You don't want to start and stop halfway. And of course, sustainability. It makes no sense. And under the EDF 11 project, we had done some canvassing within Belize, and we found a lot of projects from the 1990s that had started. They were well-intentioned, great projects, but sustainability wasn't built in. And so when you're thinking about your scope, your funding, build in sustainability. So we're going to payment method, and of course, cost of service. And the icon at the top there is a very important icon, especially in rural areas, right? It means internet, cloud to computer. So when we think about our payment, which was another important lesson from Gracia, and I keep on hinting to Gracia and the pilot because really and truly, that should be a part of your strategy, implementing a pilot project, so you have that free range to verify what could derail your projects going into the future. So we first have the traditional meter, which we know if you would implement the traditional meter within your system, you would probably have to have some form of collecting agency. And if it's in a rural area, moving that money out of that rural area, or having people paying in a rural area, it's kind of a headache if you think about it in terms of safety. Then we have smart meters. Of course, that's where the cloud comes in, whereby you can collect data or usage, create your bills, and if you have internet access in these areas, you can actually send a virtual bill. And hopefully, in the near future, we have some kind of online type payment. Because really and truly, like I said, a lesson learned from Gracia was how to move money in and out of these rural areas. And lastly, we have the prepaid meter, of course, another lesson learned from Gracia. When you think about how your phone works, how most people know, I mean, some people actually have payment plans, right? But most people have prepaid phones. You put your credit in, you use it, when it's done, it's done. There's no issue about you, in terms of electricity, being disconnected, and that's one of the benefits of the prepaid system, that you ensure that you will always have your customers on the system, because they can only use what they have already paid for. Very important. Stakeholder engagement, and it's pretty much wrapped up in just this phrase alone: your voice matters. You don't want to be working on an energy access project and the people who are planning to serve feels that, you know what, they're just here to make money. Yes, of course you might be there to make money, but then at the same time you want them to know, listen, I care about you. This is a social benefit and we want to provide a service. And so when you think about your stakeholder engagement, you need to identify your objectives. Identify communication needs, And of course, select appropriate communication medium. How do you communicate? Is it over phone? Do you send an email? Do you write a letter? Very important. If communication breaks down, your whole project can fall apart. Determine roles and responsibilities of change agendas. Of course, we know life change. So understand the roles and responsibilities is very important. And of course, evaluate and adjust communication as per changing needs. You have to be robust. You always have to have a plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D going forward. Local opportunities. So it's pretty much encapsulated in a simple equation. When you are rolling out your energy access project, training for some of, speaking directly about a microgrid, but it can also be for a standalone system. Training persons, for a microgrid, it'd probably be like a first response type training, but of course, it could be farther than that, just depending on the type of person you're training and their qualifications. Especially in rural areas, that is very important. When we think about jobs, we know that in certain areas, as Dr. Gardner pointed out, that it's very important. It's very important that you provide jobs for these local persons. Because what will that do? Training plus jobs will give a sense of ownership. And that's another lesson learned in La Gracia as well. When you have people who worked on that system, they feel a part of that system. They will take care of that system. They will defend that system. So it's very important to understand and provide some kind of local opportunities for the local persons. So medium to long-term goal, what happens after the project? And that's where the definition of your program comes in. You should know that your asset or whatever you're installing has a useful life. You would want to ensure land, very important, that the land agreement mesh with the useful life of your asset. You wouldn't want that within 10 to 15 years, you have an issue with land and then you say, but what do I do with my asset? Do I need to move it? If the grid reaches there, will you connect it to the grid? All of that should be baked in your programs. What we found also as well, that in these communities, especially in the remote areas, who are basically subsistence farmers, they probably don't have the funding to actually connect to the system. And you wouldn't want to have a system there and no one connects, because that's really a waste of fun, waste of initiative, waste of time, right? So sometimes supporting to wire households is very important. And so I have 2 points there. You need to understand the context of the community and the precedents that you're setting when you start to wire households. So to go to our pilot project La Gracia, we have positive aspects and negative aspects. The positive aspects that we can point out are the prepaid system. Like I said, it's very important that people will not be disconnected from the system for not being able to pay. Project partners, very, very important in La Gracia. When I go to the negative side, we'll talk more about project partners. And so local opportunities as well, hiring people on the ground to work, giving that sense of ownership, that connection to the system. Communication strategy, constantly communicating. I remember going house to house in La Gracia. I remember having village meetings. I remember people who were doubtful, but gradually their mindset changed because they saw that we were constantly there and we showed that we were really interested and wanted to do that project. Yes, and wiring households, very important part. Imagine we had 100% connection within 2 weeks, even though it's only about 40 households, but still that's success. So when we think about the negative aspects of the La Gracia project, when we initially got the funding for La Gracia, we thought it was for generation and for the distribution lines, and it wasn't. It was just for generation. And so we had to pretty much seek funding to connect these houses, right? And so understanding your gaps, specifically this was a funding gap that we had to fix at that point. Project partners, right? At that time when we were rolling out this project, the utility wasn't really engaged and didn't really want to participate in the project. And for that, the grid that we put into La Gracia is not up to standard. It can't be connected to the to the national grid if we reach there. And so having the appropriate project partners within your project is very, very important. And of course, just in case if you missed it, I hope I wasn't too boring. We're having a recap. So first point, define your program. Always ensure that you understand fully what you want to do from start to finish. Your project partner is very important. Select them from early, get them on board, and designate roles and responsibilities. A pilot project, it's always important to run a pilot project because with that pilot project, you really have that free range to work and verify and see what could go wrong. And so once you work out all the kinks within the pilot project, when you start to roll out your program for the rest of your projects, it should be free-flowing, or at least less room for error. Community engagement, very important. You want to start to engage them from the start. You need to verify that, yes, they want the system, yes, they want the service, and then from there, you keep the engagement going until the end of that project. That's it for me. Thank you for your attention, and I do hope something got through today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. You were wondering before whether or not you can stand with the best of them. I assure you did an excellent job. This is not a reflection of your presentation, it's just my curiosity, but now I have more questions than answers from the presentation. But we'll have a chance to address that. You mentioned the consultation and their mindset, and finally acceptance and the funding gaps. So those are things I'm keen on. You also mentioned that it's not the first of its kind, that, you know, while it might be new to us in this current scenario, there were such projects before. However, that sustainability element is not built in. I'm a bit dubious, only because I know that our experience has been that, you know, while we are well-intentioned and that sustainability is built in, and I'm certain it is, you know, that we actually have that element. I know you do as a priority, and we do indeed have longevity for those and other programs like it. So thank you again. Well done. Mrs. Siobhan Wood, you're joining us online to speak to the lessons learned from the piloting of energy access projects in unserved rural communities in Guyana. I did an internet search and I found you on LinkedIn. I know that you're a trained economist. I also know that you are the head of energy and the energy statistics division within Guyana's energy agency. Is there anything else that you would like to share? Because I don't have information beyond that, Ms. Woods. Good morning, Ms. Wood. Good morning.
Good morning. No, I've been in the energy sector for about 11 years now. I am trying to share my screen so that I can get the presentation up. But thank you for extending the invitation for Guyana to be part of this energy access workshop. And I do want to say that some of the issues that are shared amongst the three countries that have been invited to the session: Suriname, Belize, and Guyana, of course.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. You may proceed. We can hear you, and I'm not seeing your screen as yet.
Okay, I'm trying to share the presentation, but screen sharing has been disabled. I don't know if anybody can help me with that.
Certainly. One sec. Let us see what we can do on this end. Can you try again, Ms. Wood? I think success.
Yes. Good day, everyone. Thank you for assisting with the technical issues here. So I'm here to speak on the lessons learned from our energy access projects in Guyana. I am Siobhan Wood. I'm the head of the Energy and Energy Stats Division for the Guyana Energy Agency, one of the key agencies responsible for renewable energy and energy efficiency projects. Just to give you some background into our energy challenges, there is a disparity in energy access between the coastal and the remote hinterland and riverine communities in Guyana. Based on our records, there are about 213 villages across all of our 10 administrative regions that have limited to no access to reliable electricity, and that translates to into about 136,000 people. These villages are typically characterized by a sparse distribution of households and a low population density. We also have access issues because they are remote and difficult to reach by road, and many or most of them are not connected to any existing grid infrastructure. Or, however, we do have some semi-urban communities that are connected to small utilities in about 8 locations. Just for some additional context, based on the 2012 census data, about 90% of households on the coast, which would be where the major population centers are, they use electricity for lighting. But the hinterland, it's about 80% that use electricity for lighting, and across the country, that amounts to about 89% of households that use electricity for lighting. So there is some gaps that do exist when it comes to electricity access. In terms of the objectives of the government under the low carbon development strategy, there is plans to expand in terms of renewable energy penetration, moving away from fossil fuel and increasing solar, hydro, wind, biomass in the energy mix, while maintaining a low greenhouse gas emissions. As it relates to electrification, the objective is to use the most technical and economically feasible solution, whether that be solar, PV, or hydro. One of the options is to connect those areas that are closer to grid infrastructure, to connect to those areas. But we also have, again, the challenge of access. And for those communities, we would have to employ decentralized technology. We want, in addition to addressing domestic needs, also include electricity for productive use in terms of long-term sustainability for these mini grids. And our current timeline is about 3 years, from 2023 to 2026. Priorities for the government is to invest in solar and wind for off-grid areas, expand on our efforts for hinterland electrification, upgrade and replace solar systems in the hinterland, and develop mini and microgrids in large communities. We are currently installing 4 solar PV farms in 4 locations. We also have a solar home system distribution program that is currently ongoing. We have installed 8 solar mini grids in 2021, and based on those experiences, we have expanded that to another 19 communities. We are also installing solar PV grids on ICT hubs in the hinterland, and also utilizing hydropower resources at 3 locations within the hinterland, and of course ongoing repairs and upgrades to previously installed solar PV. So I have here some images just to give a sense of the terrain in which a lot of these programs have to be installed. Some of them have vegetative cover, and some of them are in more flat areas. We have 3 solar farms. This one is the Bartica solar farm that would be installed, commissioned this year. As I mentioned, we also have the solar-powered ICT hubs to provide e-governance services and other services in the communities, and we have smaller systems. I mentioned, of course, the solar home system distribution that will provide 150 watts of power. Sorry about that. 150 watts of power to 30,000 homes, households in the hinterland, and it's designed to provide at least some level, introductory level of access, providing LED lights and a fan and ability to charge small electronic devices. And we're targeting 30,000 households, 213 communities, and over 136,000 persons. We also have our solar mini grid project that is being implemented, and that is targeting about 21,000 people and about 4,000 households. And the total capacity for that is about 600 kilowatts of power. And these are distributed here across several parts of Guyana in the north and the east and south, north, west and southwest of the country. We've also installed solar lamps in hinterland locations, solar freezers in areas that indicated a need for refrigeration, to store beverages and meats, and operate small shops in those areas. We've also supported the installation of solar food dryers for hinterland communities where persons can dry fruits and vegetables for the local markets, and of course for exports. So the main part of the presentation goes to what have we learned from all of this interventions. And the key takeaway is that the energy supply infrastructure provides an opportunity to custom build the energy supply system in those communities. Some of the things that we have added in terms of the project component was an energy efficiency aspect of it, where LED lighting changeouts were incorporated into these projects to ensure that the electricity is used efficiently. We've also recommended the use of energy efficient appliances, and because these are new users, information on how to conserve on energy in these households. Similar to Belize, wiring is a critical component of the program to ensure that persons are actually able to access the electricity. A lot of the existing wiring were old and needed to be upgraded, so that was an additional component that needed to be added. There also is need for local persons to be trained in order to maintain these systems and provide troubleshooting services. And so local residents were trained in the operation of those systems, and they attained a skill that they could use then to provide similar services to other communities. And also, just by providing the information, we did see behavioral changes in terms of energy use. Another key takeaway is the socioeconomic status for these communities. The electricity provided wasn't just provided in and of itself, but they were provided to enable access for education services and income generation. To provide electricity for ICT hubs, as was mentioned. Students were able to study in the evenings, and some of the projects were attached to school feeding programs and school kitchens, so that there was also a food security aspect as well. It also is linked to income generation by local shops, and there are opportunities to use these systems for agro-processing, particularly in terms of food preparation and preservation of fruits and vegetables. And of course, the impact it has on health services, because those systems that were installed in health centers were able to, local health workers were able to store vaccines and provide additional services that were previously unavailable. In terms of these type of projects, it's important to secure buy-in very early in the project development stage, because these are the village, or the beneficiaries are the key persons that you will be working with, and their approval is needed, again, at the earliest stages. There's also need for consistent stakeholder engagement throughout the project. During the time when the projects commenced, the free, prior, and informed consent process was endorsed. And so, because these are in indigenous areas, we had to ensure that consent was, of course, voluntary, that we got approvals prior to the implementation of these projects. Sufficient information was provided ahead of time. There were in-person meetings and supporting information that were printed out and provided to these communities. And of course, getting the formal consent from the local decision-making bodies in these groups. Recognizing and respecting local institutions and community groups are important. In our context, you have the village council and the Tushao, or village leaders, that are key persons when it comes to engagement and approval. So we need to ensure that the local government arm is engaged thoroughly. Of course, you also have, as mentioned, look at change agents, and some of the women's group were key change agents in these projects, and ensuring that the momentum was maintained. This project, of course, had a data collection component where energy needs assessments had to be conducted in addition to surveys. These communities also have community development plans that also have to be factored into the design of these projects. And some of those areas which required land clearing and approvals, we had to conduct topo surveys and drone mapping to ensure that the environmental component was included, and that we minimize any of the negative environmental aspects, and including a monitoring mechanism. Some of these projects, particularly the mini grids, they have remote monitoring capabilities, but it's also important to ensure that you have persons on the ground that can support you with monitoring consistently. Similar to Belize, establishing key partnerships with local entities, the Hinterland Electrification Company, Inc., and the local utilities in those areas are key partners when it came to implementing these projects, particularly as it relates to the handover and continuous maintenance. Again, as I mentioned, some of these projects did require land clearing of and preparation of land, so we had to engage with the Environmental Protection Agency to ensure that the environmental impacts were minimized, and of course working with the local government authorities to get their buy-in in the project. Finally, there are risks and challenges to these type of projects. Of course, these projects will have financial constraints. Currently, the projects are being funded either by public funds or by donor-funded agencies, international donors. And so based on the budget that is available, the scope of the intervention is limited. For example, in the case of the mini grids, we had to limit it to the operation of public buildings in those locations. And of course, that meant that the operating hours are between 8 and 10 hours per day. Of course, with these projects, you also have supply challenges and delays, particularly during a post-pandemic context. And so you have to factor in these delays when it comes to project implementation. Some of these communities are fairly remote and can be accessed either by riverine transport or air. And so you have to factor in how strategically, how are you going to access these communities, and whether you can bundle some of these sites together in order to maximize your resources. And sustainability for O&M, that component has to be incorporated, particularly with handover, to ensure that you have trained persons and you have the mechanism that will be in place to ensure that items are replaced and repairs need to be made. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so very much for that presentation, Ms. Wood. And as you were talking, my mind flashed back on Dr. Devon's conceptual framework, where he had eccentric circles with governance and institutions, and in there a Venn diagram which with overlapping food security along with energy security. And there we can see the tie-in, because you mentioned a component of that also assisted with a food feeding program. So we can see from the conceptual framework to the actual implementation that tie-in. So it's indeed very valid and brings it to life, at least in my mind. We'll now move to the question and answer session, and I'll invite Mr. Kelly to join me on stage, where he has the task of answering questions. And as well, we have Ms. Wood, who is also live with us. I have been getting some requests to limit the question and answer to 5 minutes because you guys need your break. Bad style. We will. Let's reduce that from 10 minutes to 5 minutes. I think that will give us enough time to field a couple questions for Mr. Kelly and Ms. Wood. Thank you. Okay, sure. Thank you.
From BL. I have a question for, I believe it's Ms. Woods on screen. In terms of the solar home system that you all have over there, is there any upfront cost to the customers, or is it all just funded? Also, what has been the response of the customers who have been using it so far?
Okay, so for the solar home system, this is a project that's currently in implementation. So in fact, the distribution will actually commence later this year into 2023. But we did previously have a solar distribution program. There is, and in both cases, both projects were fully funded. So there isn't a cost that's attached to the customer. The experience is that in these very small communities that are economically depressed, there is limited amount of resources when it comes to the ability to purchase these systems. What we are considering and have considered and implemented is that a minor cost be provided, sort of like a fee, to be managed by the village councils to provide any kind of minor repairs or issues that are encountered. And so that would be based on, of course, the income of these households, which, as I mentioned, are in economically depressed areas. So that would help support any kind of minor maintenance that are needed. As I mentioned, in terms of sustainability, it's important to have funding to ensure that the O&M is in place. So in addition to that, we are looking at having one entity, which in this case would be GE, that would periodically visit these locations, assess what the needs are, and then essentially establish a budget that would be in place to look at major repairs. Currently, that is still being developed in terms of the funding for that. But what is currently in place is that there is the major thing is that the customer is not required to pay for this service. It's a small system that would provide electricity for lighting and charging of small electronic devices. It is hoped that as the communities become developed, additional mechanisms can be put in place, but currently there is no cost attached to the community. It's currently being funded both by public and through a donor funded system.
Okay, thank you. I have one other question in regards to insurance for the items, like the solar panels, either on the homes or in the farms that you all have. Do you have, is it insured? Do you have insurance companies that covers it, or do you guys just, whatever repairs need to be done is just from the funding that you get? Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. You were muted before. I can now hear you.
Let me ask the question again then. My second question is about insurance for the hardware that you have either on the solar PV at the homes or maybe in the farms that you have, the solar farms. Is it insured by insurance companies, or do you guys just rely on the funding that you get from these institutions to do any repairs or any damages that is to the item?
Okay. Yeah, so currently it's relying on funding either through public means or donor funding. There isn't an insurance component to these systems. Of course, we do incorporate in these projects after sale services that would look at any repairs that need to be made after commissioning. But generally, any kind of major maintenance would have to be through either public funding or donor funding.
Good morning. My name is Elver Gutierrez from BEL. I have a question. I know, well, this question is more directed to Ms. Woods with regards to the FPIC protocol. Currently, we are working in implementing the 3 mini-grids as was mentioned this morning, but we would want to know or hear from you on some of the acceptance opportunities that you might have had and challenges that you face when coming to these communities and then having to follow this FPIC protocol.
In terms of the protocol, of course, training for our personnel is important in order to be able to engage in successful stakeholder consultations. As I mentioned, you need to get the buy-in at the early stage of development. So as was alluded in Belize's presentation, your communication tools are important. In our case, once a need has been expressed for energy or there is a site visit, we usually have someone in there to help formulate project ideas and understand specifically where the needs are. Some of these communities do have community development plans, so you do get a sense of where the objectives and plans are for the community, and all of that have to be incorporated. Documenting your engagements is important, and for that we work with the local community groups and the village council to ensure that we get their consent in writing. Usually you have to devote resources and time to do continuous visits and ensure that the information that you're providing is consistent, there is consistent feedback, and there is formal no objection to the project as a whole, and if there are any changes, those have to be communicated as soon as possible, and importantly, getting all your consent in writing. Usually, once you partner with the village council and the Tushaw village leader, you do get a lot of support and pointers in terms of how to engage. We usually need to get formal approval to even enter some of these communities, and so I can say that it is a very thorough process, and you need to devote time to ensure that all aspects of the project are communicated well, and each time you visit and provide information that it is understood. We also have a feedback mechanism and or grievance mechanism, so that persons can formally indicate in writing, put it in a suggestion box or some mechanism that they can formally communicate any issues that they have or any suggestions with the project, and those have to be collected, of course, and incorporated into the project as best as possible. Any adjustments or changes have to be addressed and discussed, and then again, with whatever decision is made, that is made at the village level through the Tushaw and the village council, because that is the main decision body for that group. And so we recognize that government institution or that governing institution in order to proceed. So you definitely have to understand the local context for the community and ensure that at every step of the way you have the community leaders involved in the process.
Kayla Gabriel for the Ministry of Energy, and it could be directed to either Dion or Ms. Woods. A contributing factor to the failure of infrastructure has to do with the lack of maintenance. Have you considered any maintenance strategy for these systems?
City as a service and their core business model, and so then there is no major issue there for the utility to actually take over that system. And so I was kind of pleased to hear how Guyana is dealing with their sustainability in terms of the Pico solar system, which the Pico solar system is just pretty much to provide light and charging infrastructure for phones. And so because here we also struggle with that same issue, how do we actually ensure that these systems that probably have a 2 to 3 years lifespan, depending on the quality of system, that when those systems do malfunction, how do we actually ensure that that household or that person using that system can receive a new system? And so we're still working on that. We're hoping through the Ministry of Rural Transformation we can find a solution. But definitely when it comes to the microgrids, we see the utility as being a key source of sustainability. But then for the smaller systems in terms of the Pico Solar, it's something we still have to work on.
Mendes, Ministry of Economic Development. and I work with Belize EU Corporation Matters. So, but I want to follow up on the issue of sustainability, because even if it's passed on to the utility, there is a cost associated with it. And I come from a project management planning background, and so I think cost should be looked at upfront and not like we'll deal with it later, that kind of approach, no? And then the other point that I wanted to make, like I said, I work with Glenn and the EU on a grant right now. So some communities, we expect some communities will be electrified, but I also know that other than La Gracia, there's the Indian Creek project, but I didn't hear you mention that. And this morning, I heard of another one, Otosha. So I wondered what was the planning that went into all these projects coming together, and the costing, the issue of sustainability, and how we go forward with these projects, because the planning is so important that we don't have hiccups. And coming from a project background, I find that counterpart funding are needed for these projects. And if we don't identify it early, not only for this project, my entire life I've worked with government on projects, and this has been a critical issue that is not addressed up front. And then we scramble afterwards, and it leads to project risk and failure. So it has to be looked at in a complete way, and not just accessing funds because it's free or available, because we run into problems even if the funding is free. We have to question when we get free stuff from whichever sector. Like I used to work with the health sector, and Carl Hughes, they used to get so many free stuff. And then suddenly they had to have a criteria how you will receive free stuff, because if you need to repair it, if you need to sustain it, it becomes an issue. So that's why I'm back to the question of how many mid-grade projects are there in all that we have access funds for, and the issue of absorption capacity, whether the ministry is able to implement these projects, the sustainability issues. All those issues need to be looked at in a complete way so that the project could be sustainable in the long run. Because some of these villages, when we visited them, they told us they have had other projects before, and in fact, we see the systems there at the school. We see solar systems in disrepair. People have told us of projects that they have received some little small pico solar systems already. They can't find some of them. And so the issue of sustainability continues to plague us on so many levels. That's just my few comments for now.
So thank you so very much for that question, Mr. Kelly or Mr. Cobb. Yeah, okay, go ahead. Matar, sorry.
I have a question regarding the Pico Solar. At Rewood, I'm in Matar and Energy. In regarding with the Pico Solar, we know that the limited capacity to charge light, to provide lighting and to charge a phone. Do you have any issue when you present those limitations to the community with Pico Solar?
Yes, of course, when you're going into a community and you're telling them you're bringing electricity, the needs are great. So what we try to emphasize that the objective of the project is to provide at least an introductory level of access, particularly since the current situation is that there isn't existing connection to any grid. And we do try to at least highlight some of the opportunities. In the past, the previous implementation of the Pico Solar, it was limited to just lighting. We've added in this next round ventilation in terms of a fan and the ability to charge small solar devices. So what we are trying to do is at least have some existing access and try to put that over. In most cases, persons are appreciative of that. And we also do pair it with communities that are in significant need of energy, any type of electricity access, particularly since most of them do not have an additional source of electricity. In addition to that, these projects are also paired with other projects. So as I mentioned, the ICT, Solar PV ICT Hub project is also being implemented across some of these same communities so that you have access for public services, and then you also have a little bit of electricity or a little bit of access to be able to provide lighting or doing additional work in the evenings, particularly for educational purposes. So it's not being implemented by itself, but it's accompanying other community level projects. It's just that the objective for that Pico system is to ensure that there is some form of electricity access.
Ms. Wood, thank you for that. Mr. Kelly, that brings an end to the Q&A session. I'm certain you would have access to Ms. Kelly and the staff of the energy unit if it is that you have any questions during the break. And that brings us to our break. But before then, a couple of announcements. During the break, we will on screen be playing a video about La Gracia, about that project. And as well, I ask if you can kindly come to the front for us to take a group picture of today's event. While I still have critical mass, I would like to do that before the break. As well, unfortunately, the break has been shortened from 30 minutes to 15 minutes on account of time. So we should finish taking the pictures at 11:06. My watch has 11:03 local time. And I would add 15 minutes to that and ask if we can come back at 11:20, 11:21, thereabout. So thank you.
Worldwide and in Belize, there are many communities that have no access to electricity. Access to sustainable energy for all is essential for strengthening economies, protecting ecosystems, and achieving equity. The Energy Unit within the Ministry of Public Service, Energy and Public Utilities has identified rural village electrification using solar off-grid systems as an integral component of its long-term strategy. In May, a pilot smart solar off-grid project was developed and inaugurated in the village of La Gracia, Kaya district. Before the smart solar off-grid project, electricity solutions in La Gracia was very expensive, inefficient, and suitable only for very basic needs. Esmeralda Escobar, a resident of La Gracia, explained the problems faced prior to the installation of the smart solar off-grid system.
Well, our electricity was very poor because we had to use from our car, batteries, transformers to connect with electricity.
The state-of-the-art system will provide electricity to more than 45 households and is constructed in a modular design with the capacity to increase supply to meet future demand. Owner and Director of Solar Energy Solutions Belize Limited, Sylvan Cooper, spoke about their lead role in the project and the support of the community for the Smart Solar Off-Grid project.
This here is a community-based system, so the biggest challenge was that we are equal as everybody, that not somebody that has money can put $100 on the table and buy all the power and have air condition, and the poor widow down the road has no power. So the social aspect, the prepaid, everything that comes after the solar system here, panels, inverter, that's what we do every day. But the social connection, the people to loving their system and knowing it's their system at the end of the day, that is the key to the goal.
Since the inauguration of the Smart Solar Off-Grid project, there has been a range of social impacts resulting in positive sustainability outcomes in La Gracia. Principal of La Gracia Government School, Ms. Naomi Westby, was asked how has the Smart Solar Off-Grid system impacted the children and school processes.
Oh, and when it rains also, we don't need to disrupt the class because then they have light. Before only I had, so I can continue, I can close my windows and continue, but the teachers, if they do that, they have to stay in the dark sitting there and wait until the rain passes to proceed with whatever it was that they were doing.
Wife of the church pastor, Mrs. Polanco, was asked if she noticed a difference in the service since the installation of electricity in the church.
Siento de que es mucho más mejor ahora, ya que no tenemos que correr, ya que hasta allá abajo del cerrito aquí está generadora, había que correr y pues está lloviendo y nadie quiere bajar porque se va a mojar para irlo a pagar, que no había necesidad de hacerlo. Ahora pues solo pagamos las luces y
Owner of one of the 2 grocery stores in La Gracia, Mrs. Sylvia Garcia, discussed how the new Smart Solar Off-Grid system impacted her store operations.
Como $40 de gasolina a la semana. A la semana. Ajá. ¿Y ahora cuánto paga usted? Pago $50 al mes.
A housewife and mother of 4, Mrs. Elvira Duarte highlighted her first day experience and shared how her family has changed since getting electricity.
Cuando vine del trabajo me sentía tan emocionada, tan contenta. Las he visto alegre, más contento, ya no se van a dormir temprano, miro que se quedan viendo sus videos, ya emocionados. Todo está bien.
In his remarks, Honorable Frank Mena highlighted how La Gracia can shape future microgrids in Belize.
To me, it's all about energy. It's all about you, the good people of La Gracia, harnessing the power of the sun and using the energy as a springboard for agriculture, a springboard for education, for health, and of course for prosperity. Your government work for all the people, my friend, and we want to use lessons we learned here in La Gracia to help us to take this electricity, this energy to every corner of our beloved country.
The government and citizens of Belize will benefit from the proof of concept of the first ever smart solar off-grid system, developing renewable energy technologies that exploit the sun, the wind, and other clean energy sources are critical for achieving a low-carbon economy while addressing concerns about climate change and environmental issues in Belize. Creating a culture of efficient utilization of energy and the ability to access and use green technology solutions is a great opportunity for all Belizeans. It can transform lives, economies, and the planet.
Welcome back. All right, I trust you enjoyed the refreshments, and just a little housekeeping in terms of time. We were a bit late out the gate. And in an effort to kind of catch back some of that time and not stand between you and your lunches, we've reduced, I've spoken already with some of the presenters, and we've clawed back 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there where we can. It's our intent to have lunch at 12:30, so I ask again that we keep on time as much as possible, and I'll be there to kind of ensure that we do. At this time, before we head into session 2, which will be moderated in the end by Mr. Norwell Heinz, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce him, as he will be presenting to us on energy indicators. Norwell is the Senior Technical Officer at the University of Guyana and Interim Director of its Institute for Energy Diplomacy, funded by Vice Chancellor Professor Paloma Mohamed in 2018. In these roles, he manages the public-facing and strategic initiatives of the Vice Chancellor through PACE, P-A-C-E, and advances the UG's technical and thought leadership on the complex transition of energy in society. He believes that more than a decade of community organizing, advocacy, and activism makes him especially sensitive to the effect of policies on people at the margins of society. He leverages this insight and experience in advising policymakers, businesses, and development practitioners. Norwell is a University of Guyana ExxonMobil Foundation Advanced Scholar and PhD candidate, congratulations, in the Innovation and Global Development Program at Arizona State University. His research in the area of energy and society focuses on justice, technology, and spatial identity. Specifically, his dissertation, titled Imaging Power, will focus on the effect of prepaid meters on household vulnerability and why it matters for Guyana's electricity system. I welcome to the stage Mr. Heinz. Thank you.
I'm going to try to help by timing myself using technology. And of course, first I want to thank you for the gracious, I think, introduction. I'm happy to represent the University of Guyana at this forum, and in particular to represent the Vice Chancellor of the University of Guyana and the University of Guyana. I take the opportunity in that regard to thank the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency for the invitation, and to express to you, your government, the government of Belize, which is our host, my host, and the Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics, and E-Governance. Quite an interesting combination. I happen to have worked with the E-Governance agency in Guyana also, and I can definitely see the connection. So I want to bring from the Vice Chancellor the esteem in which you were held, and by her and by the entire University of Guyana. So I think there's I have a PowerPoint also, I don't know, what do I do, flip? I'm going to try to be as quick as possible. Yeah, so universal access to, and I've heard a lot about it today, we've talked about it and it's part of the theme, universal access to electricity and clean and renewable sources of energy. These issues have risen in priority and visibility in global development because of the multiple dimensions of poverty that are connected to access to energy. Lack of access to sustainable and reliable forms of energy stands out as a distinct form of poverty, which retards other development outcomes to the poor. such as health, education, and nutrition. Furthermore, women tend to carry the burden of energy poverty through their caring work in the home. Research on trying to understand these interlinkages has given new insights about the relationship between energy and poverty. Researchers suggest that while multiple dimensions of poverty may persist with energy poverty, the causal relationship is not clear. Neither are the benefits of energy or electricity access automatic. So not because you get it means you're better off. In fact, energy projects have the potential to add new dependencies and dimensions to overall poverty, given, as we've heard, the costs of maintaining infrastructure as well as paying for services. They warn against the hazards which accompany the techno-scientific materialism, and I'm using that jargon because what they're saying here is that there's an infrastructure, material infrastructure that exists, which is usually large and big with billions and trillions of dollars of investment, which is very difficult to divest from. But there is also an immaterial infrastructure, which is the people who offer the services, the banks who give loans and credits. So there's this whole infrastructure that is difficult to divest from when we talk about energy projects. I don't know how to do this. Should I be the one in the middle or the one at the top? I tried it, but.
Do we have another click?
You try it and make sure. Right? Okay. Oh, I'm pointing the wrong place. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, so I like to use this meme whenever I talk about energy, you know. And I learned recently from the Vice Chancellor where the origins of that word meme, it really means, the long word is memetics. And I learned that from our Vice Chancellor, and I was very curious about it, so I had to read up more about that. So these things, these large mega projects, these fixed rate regulations, the sometimes inefficient monopolies in the public interest that we call utilities, all of these pose challenges to the sustainable energy system. And people often bear the brunt of that. Where am I pointing exactly? I don't know. I don't know. People usually bear the brunt of that. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Okay, thanks. People usually bear the brunt of the burdens of electricity systems because with the electricity system, we also distribute burden to the poorest. Not this one, the previous one. Yeah. So when we talk about energy poverty, really we have been moving towards a more encompassing framework, which is this framework we call energy vulnerability, which considers the nexus between energy and poverty as separate domains. And just to illustrate how significant the question of energy vulnerability could be, the photograph in the slide here is the result, is from the BBC. This is the result of the 2012 electricity protests in Guyana, in which several persons died and a lot of infrastructure was destroyed. So thinking about access to electricity is about thinking about this broad composite of factors and how it places burden on people within society. So what do we really want to know when we talk about energy data and universal access and assessing energy poverty? And for the record, I just talked about energy vulnerability, so you want to know why am I going back to energy poverty. Henceforth, when I speak of energy poverty, I'm now talking about energy-poverty to indicate the nexus between energy and poverty as these separate domains. So that as we think about statistics and data, we're thinking about what do we need to know about poverty and how it is being experienced in our societies, and what do we need to know about the evolution and transitions of energy within the society. And how then do we make decisions considering those perspectives? So there are several measures that have been proposed, several places. Because first we want to capture the multiple dimensions of poverty. We want to account for other factors which affect the well-being of the energy poor and which are connected to that access. We want to measure, we want measures that are supported by literature. And this work by Culver sort of summarizes, which I like very much. They summarize the entire landscape in the literature around measuring energy poverty. The popular ones tend to relate to the concept, oh, I'm on the wrong page. The popular ones tend to relate to the work by Nussbaum, which deals with the asset-based approach, but increasingly the multi-tier framework has become popular, and the multi-tier framework is in fact much more comprehensive because it addresses a lot of those multiple dimensions that we want to see. And earlier presenters talked about tier 4, and I saw from one of the slides that one presenter in the moderated session will also talk a little bit about the multi-tier frameworks. I wouldn't say much about that. But even so, the multi-tier framework has challenges in terms of its complexity, in terms of implementing that framework in developing contexts. And therefore, we want to achieve something which allows us to use already available or easy to get data through, for example, our national census process or the periodic household standard living surveys that takes place in many of the Caribbean countries. So we want measures that are easy to harmonize across the community. So the literature provided a basis by suggesting a method for constructing a synthetic measure or synthetic measures using the programming, what is called the programming goals approach. Now, the programming goals approach allows the weights for each indicator to be adjusted over time in consultation between experts and government planners. And I want to say a little bit more about this work and how we got to the work. The Caribbean country context is special in a sense, because here the region faces the challenge of sustaining gains and expanding access to electricity. And it has to do so in a context of rapid climate change, economic shocks, especially post-COVID, improving the quality and reliability of supply, increasing the share of renewables in the energy mix, increasing the use of energy efficient and greenhouse and green technologies for households, businesses, and for last mile coverage, as you learned earlier. It is also important for Caribbean policymakers to understand those complex interconnections that are necessary for making decisions between the social, environmental, and economic factors that affect energy vulnerability or this energy poverty nexus. So it is in this context that Guyana's Institute for Energy Diplomacy, through the Regional Universities Network, was engaged by SICRI, the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, to think about and begin thinking about a framework for assessing energy that is appropriate for the Caribbean community. Our context as small island developing states with last mile energy access issues, high renewable energy potential, but very susceptible to the shocks posed by climate change and the economic shocks, for example, with COVID. So we hope to start the conversation by proposing sort of a framework that we are giving it a name, the Caribbean Regional Energy Poverty - Energy Poverty Assessment Framework, shortened CREPA. And I could have said Energy Vulnerability Framework, but CREVA sounds a little odd. So creeper sounds a little better. So there were generally two questions that we asked. What are the issues that affect the effective assessment of energy poverty in the Caribbean? And what are the measures to be applied to an effective assessment in the Caribbean context? So I'm not going to deal too broadly with it, but I'm going to leave this slide up for a while. So the literature provided us this basis for this. This is just a think piece, okay? We need your feedback, conversations about it. So it focuses on these dimensions. So the first three sections of the table, or the first two rather, are defined in the literature as these dimensions that we might consider for energy vulnerability. The energy environment, the residential environment, the physical environment, and the socioeconomic condition. The subdimensions of the energy environment, market conditions. So here again, we're talking about energy vulnerability. So the idea is, and somebody asked earlier, what about people in the city? If you live in a rural community, maybe your hours of work are 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. You go to bed early because you wake up early and you farm. And your energy services and the services that you require from electricity access might be very different. Your vulnerability from the fallout or the blackout or the brownout when those services are not available might also be different, simply because of your relationship to the technology, the electricity access. Whereas you live in the city, you have concrete houses on the top floor of buildings, your entire life is connected to electricity access. When there's that fallout, your vulnerability is different. You are likely to suffer more burden and more hardship. So it's about thinking about vulnerability, the broader context of how energy services are used and the burdens that they place on people. So the market conditions suggest, therefore, that although there is access to electricity and grid connection, there's a potential to increase vulnerability to individuals who can't pay. So this is something we need to understand as a Caribbean community. Are there facilities for those who can't pay? Those who need to be cushioned? Because having the access is one thing, but when the access is lost, that's also another thing. Also, who has ability to achieve alternatives? Whether it's solar, if you live in rural communities that have high solar radiation, you might have greater potential to have alternatives. If you live in a city that has all the noise from big buildings, you probably don't. If you live in a concrete house, in a city, you're probably at a different level of vulnerability than the person who lives in the rural community and has houses made of wooden and how we build houses in Guyana. There's always a little space between the roof and the actual wooden structure that air passes through and so on. So these kinds of considerations allow us then, with the data that we already get, because a lot of this testing of these ideas was on data that is available through the UNICEF Mix survey, which is a multiple indicator survey. And that data is also, well, one is it's in countries all over the world, but also in our household living standard survey throughout the Caribbean, we do almost every 2 years in societies that are, that survey also captures a lot of this information. It says, how do we turn some of this information into the kind of data that we need for making decisions? So I was just at 50 minutes, which is the halfway point. So not doing too bad, I guess. And then, of course, we have things that talk about the actual socioeconomic condition. And on this, I will focus on the last one because I know people are going to ask questions. What does the size of a household have to do with its energy burden? Well, we also know for Caribbean societies that the average size of a household is 3 to 4 people, but those households also tend to have a single breadwinner. So understanding that context is then important for understanding energy vulnerability also. So in wrapping up, I will just go quickly to talking about what all of this could mean for the policy process. And I'm borrowing this, conceptual diagram about the policy process because a lot of what you'll be doing this afternoon talks about how you bring this into policy. First is to recognize that, of course, there is, in the policy process, there's competition between what communities understand their needs are and what the state understands communities' needs are. And we need to bring balance to that in the policy process. We who sit here, a lot of us are experts, and we advise governments. And how do we involve communities in asking, what do you need the energy services for? Where do you need those energy services? The siting of grids or microgrids in communities, especially rural communities. If rural communities need the energy in their farms to drain the land, to deal with irrigation services, then that's a very different structure than what is traditionally conceived of when we talk of grids or even microgrids. So those kinds of considerations in the policy process. And therefore, I've thrown out some questions here that you may consider as you think about how you integrate data and indicators into your policy, your energy policy processes. These are just, a lot of these questions also were the questions that we asked ourselves as we went through the literature and as we engaged experts on these questions. So questions like, what is the structure of the energy system and what are the challenges facing it? How do the challenges affect the distribution of energy services? Which communities or groups do not receive energy services because of these challenges, and how are they identified? What policies and laws make up the legal framework for the power sector in our countries or communities? Are there social protections or guarantees with appropriate institutional arrangements for vulnerable communities or groups? Is there a basket of minimum energy services? In fact, when I was putting together this particular question, I came across a letter to the editor by a former head of the utility company in Jamaica. He was lambasting the utility. And it was he who argued that it's about time we get to the point where there are certain guarantees for vulnerable groups, because actually we could afford it. There are some people who can pay, and there's some people who can't. And should everybody pay the same rate? Should a fixed rate be applied to the poorest in society? Those kinds of questions. Because in fact, in a study that a colleague did at ASU, they found in the United States that for many people, the fixed rate for those regulated monopolies was not even affordable to the poorest people. There were a lot of people who could not even pay the fixed rates. So the idea that we need to move beyond just whether there's access is very much alive and relevant, and I'm sure that many of you have cases that you can point to. How are energy resource goals determined? You know, in some countries, we're setting goals for the expansion project. In my own country, we've set a goal for the gas to power project for 300 kilowatt, which I think is going to be produced by the gas to power project. Who was consulted on that? A lot of it had to do with businesses, what businesses say they need. But currently, the utilities output is about 67 megawatts, 300 megawatts and 67 megawatts. So the question is, who's going to use the rest of it, right? And where does the burden fall when we can't pay for the associated gas that is powering it, right? So then these kinds of considerations, who is involved in setting those resource goals? And finally, as you can see at the bottom there with the camera, has something to do with how are stakeholders involved in I can't see the bottom, but I guess you can see it. So, you know, but this is sort of some questions that I hope that you might think about in your policy process. So that concludes my presentation. As we look ahead, I like that picture because there's a meter there, and I started with the meter too because I'm very interested in talking with, I think it's Mr. Neil, is the name? Dion Kelly, about the projects that you've been doing here with prepaid meters, because this is very interesting to me. But the meter is there because the meter is the site of politics. The meter is the site of the negotiation between those who own the infrastructure, those decision makers, and the poorest people. And it's very interesting. So we look beyond the meter on the horizon, and what do we see? So that concludes my presentation. I hope I'm within 20 minutes. I've given you back 10.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, well.
You're mindful of the time. You're indeed a gentleman and a scholar because you actually cited your sources on a couple of the slides. So well done. From your presentation, I'm excited about the prospects for future research in your field and the benefits that we can all have and the Caribbean region and beyond can have from your study and research. So I'm excited at that prospect. And I did a little research on you as well, and I saw that you did a dissertation, I believe, for your master's on digital disruption, I believe. So I believe there are some lessons learned there as well that we can apply. We don't like to admit it, but with the age of social media and technology, we have been reduced to data points and not necessarily an individual per se. Indeed, in terms of the collection of data, the Caribbean region, we can benefit significantly from that and applying that to the current technology, AI and beyond. But we're not there yet. I will call you back on stage, Mr. Norwell, to moderate the session. A little change in the agenda to accommodate Mr. Jens Yeager, who has been very patient with us given our late start and the fact that he is in Europe and it's nighttime. He is presenting today on energy access indicators and recommendations. I look forward to that presentation. Mr. Yeager is Director of Policy and Business Development at Alliance for Rural Electrification. He leads the Policy and Business Development Department of that organization. The Global Decentralized Renewable Energy Business Association, which represents more than 200 members. Jens works closely together with ARE members, as well as international and domestic partners to improve policy and business development conditions for private sector companies in emerging markets. His work is focused on business development, policy advocacy, and partnerships. Previously, Jens worked in the UN as well as in political communications in the Danish Parliament. He has an MSc in political science from the University of Copenhagen. Mr. Yeager, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
I can hear you. We can hear you.
Great, fantastic. Thank you so much for the invitation. Good evening from Brussels. It's nice to be connected. Thank you for the opportunity. So yeah, I'll share my screen with the presentation. So as you indeed mentioned, I work with the Alliance for Rural Electrification, ARE. Just in very few words, ARE is the Global Business Association for Decentralized Renewable Energy, what we call the DRE industry. And our mission is to catalyze private sector-driven markets for sustainable electricity services, and with that also create green jobs and power green economies. So hence why the discussion on energy access indicators is very relevant and pertinent to our mission. We currently have more than 200 members active across more than 55 countries, and primarily focusing on Sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, and Asia Pacific, which are the key regions where the regions where the energy access gap is the highest. This map shows the distribution of our membership. So as you'll see, the majority of our members are active in Africa, but also we have a lot of members active in the Caribbean as well as Asia Pacific. We're technology agnostic, so we do have members across all renewable energy technologies and related power components, for example. This is just a snapshot of our members. So as I mentioned, there are more than 200 of them. We have members that range from SMEs from emerging markets to large corporates such as Schneider Electric, ENGIE, EDP, Iberdrola, and other big companies and investors in this space. We have 3 key key impact targets. We have a first target which focuses on electricity services. So we, on behalf of the private sector, strive to enable the private sector to deliver more than 500 million connections in Sub-Saharan Africa, Asia Pacific, and Latin America, and the Caribbean by 2030. And we have a second target related to SDG 8 on catalyzing the creation of more than 5 million green jobs, and a third one related to climate action, so SDG 13, and avoiding more than 1 billion tons of CO2 equivalent emissions. So quite ambitious targets. We launched these at the UN high-level dialogue last year, so in 2021. So very quickly on how we see the measuring of those 3 indicators. So of course, when we speak about energy access, it's not an either or. There are different tiers of energy access. So ranging from no service at all, which is tier 0, to a full access 23 hours or more per day, which is the tier 5. And then anything in between there, you can have an energy access, but that is a higher or lower reliability and amount of hours per day. Of course, also the higher a tier you go, the more productive use appliances and things you can power with this electricity. So typically, for example, mini-grids would be higher than a tier 3, depending on which generation of mini-grids. So I think that's an important part of the discussion when we talk about energy access. Typically in many reports, you see a number of people that are unelectrified, but it sometimes also misses the reliability of existing connections. So we have also a stat from, I think it was from Rockefeller Foundation, where there's, so in addition to the 700 million that don't have access at all, there's an additional 1.5 billion without reliable services or with very low tiers of service. Then a second point on this multi-tier framework, by the way, I should say that the slide before was also sourced from the World Bank. So the benefit of measuring per tier is, of course, it provides a more accurate understanding of service levels, and also looks at, let's say, the quality of each connection. And then, of course, you can also aggregate households together serviced by different technologies, including grid and off-grid. So that's one thing on how, in general, to look at, or how we look at electricity access or energy access. Then the other thing is also the data on the status of electricity access and let's say the status of connections and so on. So often in our experience, one of the challenges for governments is reliable and quality data to inform electrification projects, and which then feeds into strategies and models. this is often very costly, and cost can be prohibitive. And so actually having reliable data and electrification models is a big barrier to planning and implementation of electrification efforts. So the good news is, though, that there are different tools out there that are open source, and partners, international funding partners, that do make such tools available. One example would be the Global Electrification Platform that the World Bank has developed. I'll just show a little snapshot here, a snapshot of that here from the DRC. And actually this, so as you can see here on the lower side of the, or on the bottom of my slide, there's a link to the platform, which is open source. And you can actually play a lot with these data and zoom in on specific villages, for example, in Congo, and estimates on which electrification strategy would be least cost. So here they're looking at the solar home systems, or standalone systems, mini grids, or on-grid electrification. So that's one tool, a very useful tool that can enable better data for governments, for example, to inform electrification strategies. A second tool is from the company called Via Energy has developed. It also can look very detailed estimates of electrification models and so on, down to almost the household level. So I'm just showing here a snapshot of that as well. So that's on the energy access indicator. So there's one element of that, which is of course measuring the tier, and then another is the planning, which was the second aspect that I covered. Then of course we also have other key indicators. So in ARE we're typically looking at jobs. We are currently working on a project with the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, so KAS, on the development of a global industry standard for calculating the direct jobs enabled by decentralized renewables worldwide. We're starting with a study of West Africa to develop this methodology. And so the data we're looking at in terms of job impacts of energy access or decentralized renewables is looking at full-time equivalent jobs, both formal and informal ones, and then across the value chain. So that ranges from manufacturing to deployment to commissioning and operations, as well as, commissioning and as well as operations and maintenance. Then we're also going to look at the data and the demographics of the direct jobs generated. So we can look at whether the jobs are with youth or what income levels, and whether it's men and women and so on. And also even the quality of the jobs, so the wages, the commissions, and so on. And lastly, and this is a debate we had internally also, was on the indirect jobs. So jobs not created directly in the renewable energy industry, but in related industrial sectors powered by decentralized renewables, for example. So that could be agriculture, it could be mining, it could be tourism. And so, whereas with the direct jobs, we're looking at developing an employment index. So for example, saying for mini grids that if you install 1 kilowatt peak of solar, that would enable X amount of jobs. But for the indirect jobs, we believe you need to look more at case studies, because it's so contextual how many jobs would be created in a certain setting. But long story short, the preliminary findings is that there are a lot of jobs created by especially decentralized renewable energy, decentralized renewables. And that is because the deployment is exactly local and decentralized rather than a utility scale project, which typically centralizes jobs in the capital of the country. So this piece of research we are looking to launch in Q1 2023, as I mentioned, with a focus on West Africa. So we'll be happy to share that with anyone interested after it's launched. Then we have a last indicator, which is on climate impacts and action, as I mentioned, SDG 13. So there are also multiple tools available here in the market. Just as an example, SE4All has developed a mini-grid emissions tool calculator, which helps companies better estimate emissions avoided by mini-grids or clean energy mini-grids. So it looks at different energy sources to calculate the baseline emissions and so forth. And there are also other tools available in the market, such as the CLEAR tool developed by USAID. So I think that is it for now from my side. In summary, we are looking at three main energy access indicators: connections, jobs, and CO2 equivalent emission reductions. And these are some of the considerations we have made so far to measure that. In case you want to partner on this or other things that falls within the ARE mission, you have my contacts and the contacts of the rest of the leadership team of ARE on this slide. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present, and we'll be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for that presentation, Mr. Yeager. Much appreciated on this. And I found the energy access indicator tool, which I think is like a GIS representation, I'm assuming, in real time of energy access across the globe. I found that quite cool. So I will be visiting that site when I get home. I also found it quite ironic when you mentioned the tiers of energy access, and you had from tier 0, I think, up to tier 6. It might be 5 or 7, but up to tier 6, I believe. You mentioned that across the globe, there's 1.5 billion individuals in the lower tier. I also found it quite interesting that we had the campaign recently of 1.5 degrees, 1.5 to stay alive. And here we have 1.5 billion individuals that are at that lower tier. So that was a catchy slogan. Energy access means a lot to us in this room, as well as it should to everyone. So perhaps we should have our own tagline. Thank you. Mr. Israel Zambrano is here from the Statistical Institute of Belize. He is a statistician too, was hired in 2019 by the Institute. Belize Statistical Institute, not SIB, Belize Statistical Institute. Statistical Institute of Belize, okay. Under the Data Dissemination Department to work on the Belize National Statistical System. In addition, he has also worked under the Census and Survey Department to assist with the labor force survey, and recently as regional coordinator of the 2022 census. Mr. Zambrano will be speaking to us on mainstreaming energy indicators and targets into statistical programs.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I know you guys are kind of hungry already. It's already past 12. So I will try to make this kind of fast. So you guys have, all of you guys have been talking about the importance of energy and how can we implement this in our communities. So, but it's also important to report what we are doing and for the people to have access, the general public to have access and see what we are doing. So in that regard, the Institute develop the what we call the Belize National Statistical System. So, nothing. All right. Maybe you can assist me just by pressing next. So this is a minute less from your lunch break. So can you go to the next slide, please? So to start with, I will give you an overview of what is the BNSS, then what is the role of the BNSS here in Belize, how it is structured, the methodology that we use to collect data, how we go about disseminating these indicators, meaning that how we go about making these indicators available for the public. And if you have any questions or comments. So on the next slide, so yeah, it's working now. Thanks. So as how they were mentioning that it is important to, whenever you want to do a project, to do it in partnership with others, not only by yourself. So this is what we are trying to implement with this system. We know that many agencies are producing their own data, and many times, it went back by itself, or? Yeah. And many times, these agencies produce this data, and they are not able to mainstream it to the public. So maybe they can only share it to certain portion of the population. So with this system, we try to make all the agencies that generate data either by an end product or a byproduct of administrative functions. So we want to put all of these agencies together so that they can collaborate and be reporting on this data. And as you know, through the 2006 Statistical Act, the Statistical Institute of Belize is the only agencies that is allowed to produce official data that can be used with governmental purposes. So that's an advantage if you want to report data through the BNSS. So the BNSS is a system which manages indicators through a computerized system that organizes the indicators in different groups or sections. It is an efficient flow of information between stakeholders and data dissemination. So the main reason why we went about developing this system was because many of our agencies don't have the manpower to go about and reporting or collecting data on this indicator, so they are under-resourced. And it's also because they don't have a system in place for electronically sharing the data. There is no schedule for release of statistics. So as you know, many statistics is being released annually, quarterly, or monthly. So there is limited documentation, and they have weak statistical capacity. So that's what we try to offer to our NSS members. So at the moment, many agencies has joined us in this BNSS. At the moment, we have more than 40 agencies and governmental offices that want to provide data for us. I know the energy unit, we have contacted you guys with Mr. Gian. So what is the role of this system? So as what I mentioned, it strengthens and enhances the image of official statistics. So in this system, you can actually, on the go, modify certain tables, data tables. You can generate graphs, do some minor type of analysis, and download those reports that you are being done on the portal. It also integrates the data producers and users of official statistics, and mainly it links the government ministries, research institutions, NGOs, and technical support groups. So it provides much needed coordination to the compilation of required indicators, provide a platform for dissemination of these indicators and their accompanying metadata, fulfill some key objectives of the national strategy for the development of statistics, such as improvement of the statistical infrastructure, development of a national indicator programs, and improve the dissemination of indicators. So what all indicators we have here in this system? So at the moment, we have 4 major groups, which are the GSDS, SDGs, NSS, and the general indicators. So on the general indicators, we have about 220 indicators, which are the ones that are published on the abstract of statistics. So these at the moment are up to date. We also have the GSDS, which we have almost like 270 indicators. The SDGs, in which we entails all the 17 goals. And also we have goal 7, which is regarding the access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy. And the NSS, which are the indicators that were developed between meetings with the different partners. So another note here is that we have also collaborated with the Sustainable Development Unit, in which they help us in contact these partners. And the National Biodiversity Department have also contacted us, in which they will want to host their NBSAP indicators, along with the NCFC, in which they will want to also host their indicators for the children's agenda. Stop again. Change? All right. So how we went about developing this? So we started by developing a work plan. So you cannot start anything without a plan. So in this work plan, we develop who we want to contact. Then we contact those persons and establish a relationship so that we can have a partnership with those data providers. Then after identifying those data providers, we identify the list of indicators in which they might provide information on. So we had a list before, which was the 2020, but with the change of government, many of those persons changed position. So we had to go about and do that, contacted again. So then after we have identified the persons responsible for each indicator, we go about and send request letters to all the CEOs. So with these request letters, these are sent yearly, along with the request for the abstract of statistics, and then they will report on the data that they have. And lastly, we are recording that on the general inventory file if the person have provided data, if they respond to the letter that we have sent, and so forth. So we started with this new work plan in March 2022. We developed the work plan for the upcoming year. We revised the data sources. The data request letters were sent out in May to June. Then we follow up with calls, emails, meeting with focal points, and then we start collecting some data. So at the moment, we are continuing with the meetings and data collections, working sessions, and revision of the general inventory file. So how can we access this portal, and how the general public can access this portal? So to do so, you can visit our official website, sib.org.bc, under the Data Portals tab, and you will find there the BNSS indicators. And right here, you have two different options. The one with the public access and the one that the stakeholders share and receive information with. So this is how the website looks when displaying the data. And as I mentioned before, it also have graphs in which you can download and make any type of analysis. And this is the stakeholder portals in which they receive and share data on a secure way. So they can share data within NSS partners and the partners within SIB. So this is encrypted end by end, so it's a secure method of sharing data. This is how the portal looks. You only have two options: upload and share the file and the files that you have received. So some of the challenges about this is difficulties getting the focal points and scheduling the meetings. Because it's difficult because we go to specific agencies and maybe they do not collect that specific indicator, so we need to actually follow up and try to see who is responsible for those indicators. So some of these indicators involve multiple data sources, so maybe two persons receive data or provide data on the same indicator. So this is something that we want to avoid. Two agencies providing the same data with two different surveys, so we want to, this is more like cost efficient. Understanding the metadata, lack of capacity, many of the agencies or NGOs doesn't have like a statistical department in which they can provide this data. Limited human resource, that's straightforward. And recently we had an issue with the portal in which the portal didn't accept qualitative data. So we were only reporting on those indicators that had numbers, like quantitative. So this is an update that is being taking place at the moment. So that's it about the BNSS. So I think I did it exact with the time, or? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so very much for that presentation, Israel. Almost embarrassed to admit I had no idea that the SIB had so many indicators on its website and that can be accessed through this portal. Quite a task, I imagine, to collect, collate, and validate all that information. So well done, thank you. Taking stock. Indicator reporting with a focus on energy access. A presentation by Mr. Gian Hansen, who is an energy officer at the Ministry of Public Utilities within the government of Belize. In his role, Mr. Hansen supports the policy and planning function of the energy unit within the ministry by overseeing energy data collection, analysis, and knowledge management mechanisms. His portfolio also includes sustainable transport initiatives such as electric mobility and the facilitation of clean energy strategies and policies that address climate change issues. Presently, Mr. Hansen is tasked with the lead role for the energy sector in Belize's national greenhouse gas inventory progress. You have a lot on your plate. He holds a bachelor's degree in natural resource management from the University of Belize and a Master of Science degree in environmental science from the University of the South Pacific in Fiji. Mr. Gian.
Pleasant good afternoon to everyone. Today I'll be presenting on taking stock of energy indicators. specifically looking at a focus on electricity access. I'll try my very best to keep it short as much as I can, as to not to hold you too longer away from your lunch. So just in setting the context or setting the scene as we speak, it is evidently clear that climate change challenge, it is a key challenge of the 21st century, and at the heart of this challenge is the topic of energy. But also, importantly, energy is also a key solution to this challenge. So when we look at the importance of energy indicators, what it really does is provide an informative link between human activity and energy use. And accordingly, this results in energy indicators being a key aspect of all dimensions of sustainable development, as we look at the social aspects, the economic aspects, as well as from an environmental standpoint. They are also key for us to track our energy policy objectives, looking at appropriate measures and metrics from individual measures, as well as up to high-level policy objectives. So where are energy indicators applicable? These indicators are applicable across a variety of different settings. First, looking at the global aspect, whereby indicators are developed. They are considered for inclusion in internationally agreed indicator sets for us to track clean energy progress. And this is done or recommended by different sources. Three of the main sources is the guidelines and methodologies for energy indicators for sustainable development that was developed in 2005 by a custodian of different organizations. This was followed up by the international recommendations for energy statistics that built upon the first documentation. These indicators then are based on the same three dimensions of sustainable development, broken down into the three categories of social, economic, and environmental. And lastly, as most of us in the room know, our Sustainable Development Goals, specifically for Energy Sustainable Development Goal 7, produce indicators as well. Secondly, moving from the global level, we go to the regional level, whereby indicators are developed for use in monitoring activities at the regional scale. And just to provide two examples, we have indicators that are developed for the Latin America and Caribbean region by the Latin American Energy Organization, ALADE, which could be found at the CELAC data or portal. I have included the link so that you could find it, as well as the CARICOM Knowledge Hub, which may house energy indicators for the Caribbean region specifically, with the link as well for you to access later on after the presentation. Moving on, two other areas where the setting for energy indicators is thematic, whereby this is more looking at focus areas, potentially renewable energy or maybe energy efficiency. We also have indicators that may be developed for large-scale products or donor-funded programs. And this is more looking at how do managers and those that do M&E, MRV activities develop indicators so as they can track the progress over the lifetime of the project. Some of these donor organizations may be the World Bank or IDB or IRENA as it relates to energy-centric projects. And lastly, we have energy indicators that are developed for the national context. Also, it's very important that these are developed depending on, of course, our national circumstances, looking at what are the priorities of your respective country. We also have to be wary of the sustainability of the indicators that are being developed, as well as their development criteria. These are specific to the different contexts of the respective country or member states. And lastly, data availability. As was mentioned before, a major challenge is ensuring that there is data of high quality and that is reliable. So looking at energy indicators reporting in Belize, recently we ventured in developing 7 high-level key indicators for the energy sector. That was done last year. And these indicators are aimed at tracking progress of our national policies or nationally defined objectives, as well as our climatic targets and our SDGs. One of the main ones right now is looking at Belize's updated national determined contributions, which places our climatic commitments at the international level. And lastly, as mentioned by Mr. Zambrano, we're also responsible or custodians of a few energy indicators that we report to SIB for their BNSS system. So now, are we taking stock? What is there for electricity access? I know we have been mentioning energy access, which is much more general, more broad, but looking specifically at electricity access. So starting at the top at the global level, we have SDG 7, which is focused on ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. Under SDG 7, there is 5 targets, and specifically, I'll be looking for the purpose of this presentation at target 7.1, which is ensuring universal access to energy services. So under target 7.1, there is also 2 indicators. Specifically, indicator 7.1.1 looks at the proportion of the population with access to electricity. If we're looking at our global assessment, although we've had impressive progress over the last decade, the most recent report has highlighted that this impressive progress has slowed, and this is due to the complexities related to reaching the much farther, more remote communities that are left to electrify, as well as the complexities related to our international conflict events and the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. As of 2020, there were still 733 million persons around the world that had no access to electricity. And as mentioned by the Honorable Minister Shabbat, this is going to increase. And if we're heading at the current pace, we'll only reach 92% of electrification by 2030. And this means that we will miss the target by 2030 of having universal access to electricity. So I was looking online to see if I could find electrification data from international sources or what is being reported on Belize. This is coming from the Tracking SDG 7 website that is done by the Energy Sector Management Assistance Program under the World Bank. Here, you can clearly see that they are reporting a 97% proportion of Belize's population of having access to electricity. Looking at other sources now, this is from the International Energy Agency, their access to electricity. Data is pulling from 2019. As you can see from the map, you can see the electrification rates of different member states in CARICOM as well as Latin America. And I just showed some numbers up there to provide context. They are reporting that Belize has a 91.3% electrification rate. As you could see, this very similar to Guyana and Suriname. Also some changes as it relates to our country within the Central American region. Now, bringing it to the national assessment or the national context, we have from the SIB, their National Housing Characteristic Survey. They are reporting 90.9% of connection to the electricity grid. So then the question is, who is right? Who is reporting the right number? Who should we go to say that this is reliable, of quality data, that we have credible information to say this is the electrification rate in Belize? And that is the issue that we're currently facing right now. There is no established methodology or framework for stakeholders or national stakeholders to say this is the actual rate. So looking at the National Plan for Rural Electrification of Unserved Villages that is taking place under the European Development Fund program, it showcased that there was 35 villages in Belize that still has no access to electricity. And just to give a breakdown, 8 villages did not want electricity. These were mostly Mennonite communities that requested that they don't want access to electricity. 14 of these 35 villages were considered best served by grid expansion, and 13 were considered best served by microgrids. Now, when we're looking at tracking electricity access, as was rightfully said, there's no single internationally accepted definition. And as we all know, the most common metric is whether or not a household has access to electricity. Yes or no? So what are the pros and cons of this? The pros is it is clear, it is simplistic, it is a binary, and also it's comparable, meaning that most countries would measure the same thing, and you'll be able to compare between the different data sets. However, what are the cons? The information is quite insufficient. It's a binary measure. And secondly, it lacks the multi-tier dimension approach, which actually informs more about how households actually use their energy and for what purposes. So is there a better way to measure? As rightfully said by the participants before, we're all highlighting the multi-tier framework that is being more and more adopted by different countries across the globe. And basically, the diagram is just to paint a clearer picture that we're moving from just no access and access to different tiers, highlighting service levels. Again, I won't go into much detail because I think this has been presented by previous presentations, which gives the matrix of the different tiers and what it means as it relates to the different consideration in addition to if homes have access or not. And looking at why do we harmonize electricity access? Of course, like I said before, the important thing is to have indicators to track the progress of our sustainable development goals or what are our policies. It is important because by having a standardized framework, we're hoping that it should provide for better data and estimates. This will enable interagency comparison of our data sets and analysis. Of course, more importantly, it will enable better decision-making processes that are evidence-based. And of course, now it's there to inform project and program design. I just have 2 quotes to finish off my presentation. And this is one that I found from Making Electricity Access Meaningful, a journal report. It states the world's poor need more than a token supply of electricity. The goal should be to provide the power necessary to boost productivity and raise living standards. And this is very important because we're only looking at do you have access or not. Access might mean having power from a rechargeable battery, a car battery. Maybe it only lasts 2 hours. So how is that impacting raising the living standards of our people? That are some of the contexts that we need to think about. And lastly, coming from the International Energy Agency, just highlighting that monitoring progress is essential for us to achieve climate and our sustainable development goals, but also for us to understand where are we starting on this verge. And I hope that a session like today would enable us to understand where we are and where do we go from here. Thank you.
Quite interesting, many takeaways. I'll just say one in the interest of time. I noted that, I guess because it's novel and an emerging area that the unit is collecting information. I know we have SIB as well, and I imagine that there would be a pathway to, at some point, transition that data collection out of the unit and into the SIB and kind of, free up those resources. But I imagine in the interest of the projects that you are supporting, it's critical that you collect that information and then report to SIB. Let me not get ahead of myself with the questions and take this time to reintroduce Ms. Siobhan Wood, who will speak to us on the state of energy access in Guyana. Thereafter, we will have the question and answer panel discussion, which will be moderated by, question and answer, more than a panel discussion, be moderated by Mr. Heinz, who I will ask to come back on stage along with Gian and Israel, and will be joined online by Siobhan. That is a 10-minute session. So thank you, Ms. Siobhan. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I actually, for this one, I don't have a presentation for this session. Just that I indicated that Guyana shares a similar interest in terms of data collection gaps for energy access. What we are in the process of doing is actually working with our local Bureau of Statistics. Sorry about that. Yes, we are in the process of working with our local Bureau of Statistics to develop those very indicators for the local context. In my presentation earlier this morning, I did speak to one of the data sets that we have, which is the percentage or the proportion of households that utilize electricity for lighting as a proxy for energy access. And as part of the census program that has been launched, there is a question, a yes/no question in that census that indicates whether you have access to electricity or not. So those are the current metrics that we use in order to guide certain policy decisions, and that is the information that we look to in terms of developing a program. We also look at the population data within those communities to see what population growth numbers are and how to effectively design for policies and programs. But it is important to recognize that a lot of these communities are fairly remote, and there is little ICT services or telecommunication services in those areas. So it requires physical visits, and of course, access is a challenge for us. And so what we do currently is in the process of conducting energy needs assessment, which would require reconnaissance visits in these communities. We do try to get a sense of what the energy resources are, and whether they have access to generation facilities, whether it's personal generators or community generators, and that is fed into the process. We're also working with the Ministry of Communities through their local community development plans to report back on the status of energy resources or energy assets within those communities, and that is still working in process. We have a fairly good relationship with the local utilities who report to us on an annual basis on their electricity generation statistics, and that is all incorporated into an energy information system that is updated periodically. But as was alluded to earlier, a lot of this is work in progress because of the challenges that relates to access and the remoteness of a lot of these riverine and hinterland communities, and the fact that you have communication challenges as it relates to getting the data from those communities and then getting that information out. What we do is that for each project that is implemented, we do try to get a baseline set of information, and that essentially is tracked throughout the process or the end of the project. So for example, for mini grids, we currently look at population and household data and what energy services these projects will provide, mainly in the area of health and education services, and we see how many people have access to those services at the end of the project. I don't want to, cognizant of the time, I don't want to, go too long into the point, but there is a need to have, we've recognized the need to have standardized data collection tools in order to get proper data and up-to-date data as it relates to indicators, particularly when it comes to energy poverty information and affordability information. There's still data gaps as it relates to that. And with that, I will hand over back to the moderator.
Thank you so very much for that. We now move into the question and answer session. 5 minutes. We can accommodate a couple questions in that time. Thank you. Yes, my apologies, Mr. Israel and Mr. Gian, if you can join us on stage as well. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I'm in Mata from the energy unit. I have noticed that when we speak of energy access, we talk about subsidy to make the energy affordable. But my question is that sustainable? And even if it's sustainable, wouldn't that create a more demand for energy since you're subsidizing the cost?
Do you want to direct it to anybody in particular?
So can you?
All right, sure. Well, if I understand the question, you're asking how does this question of energy access, and especially for vulnerable groups, subsidized costs, affect overall energy demand? And I think it's a good question, actually. It's the subject of my research. Because the idea is that this is a complex system. So you distribute burdens in the network energy system. So I think it's a very relevant question. I think, though, that while there is increased demand, there is also mechanisms to increase supply, right? So I think that it's about meeting justice requirements rather than the question of whether or not we are increasing demand, because we have to increase demand because the access is connected to so many things, and the absence of the access means that certain communities of people don't get the services and value, the social value that they need, and the social value includes the productive and economic value. Anybody else wants to add? I also note Mr. Yeager is on the call, and he could respond to it if he wants to, being that his work is with particularly rural communities. I don't know if he heard, but well, if he doesn't, the floor is open. This is a rapid session, rapid fire. I just love being in these difficult situations. It's amazing. I wasn't a scout, but I was close in the Pentecostal Church Scout. We have Royal Rangers. So I like being in difficult situations and being prepared. Any more questions? All right, I'm going to jump in because it's rapid and just spit a few out so we get our panelists here to respond. I'm going to start with Mr. Hansen, and you spoke about an integrated framework and a methodology. I wanted to get your take on who do you think, and you asked an important question, whose data do we believe? Who do you think is the authority to determine which data is important and which data is necessary?
Sure. Of course, know that there's two folds to that question. We have to look at also what is working within other both member states and the international level. So looking at established methodologies such as the multi-tier framework, but more importantly, we need to look at the national circumstances. And one of the main things that was mentioned by Mr. Zambrano is that legally, by Act in Belize, they are the only authority to report official statistics. And we also have to look at data sharing agreements. Of course, the energy unit is playing a key role in the development of data, but we are also lacking the regulatory and legal frameworks to determine exactly who is that entity. Right now, it is SIB that has the legalities to report, and I think it should be going through them as the rightful authority. But of course, SIB needs support from the energy sector stakeholders who will also play an important role in developing that data and that indicator.
Thank you. That sort of leads me to another question that Mr. Zambrano sort of implied with the platform. To what extent do you think it's necessary and important for other stakeholders who are involved in the sort of thought and information and decision-making ecosystem to be involved in an open access arrangement with institutions like yours, other statistical institutions in the region?
Okay, so thing is that there are many agencies that produce data, and in many cases they would want to make this specific data like official. So for it to be official, it have to go through a process through SIB and then publish under SIB for that data to be official. So that's an advantage that the agencies that join this system can have. And also, as what I mentioned, we're reporting on the Sustainable Development Goals, which is really relevant or important for the country to report on because these are an international level indicators. So many of these indicators are, SIB cannot report of them because we do not collect that data. But those agencies do have this specific data. For example, energy. We might have some data regarding access to energy or access to lighting, but we do not have a complete, like a broad aspect of this energy access. So there is where maybe energy can come in and help us on reporting these specific indicators.
Thank you. I want to direct the probably last question to Ms. Siobhan from Guyana. How do you think that the model that is employed in Belize that facilitates sort of information and data coming from third-party sources, how do you think that this can work in Guyana? What are the challenges that you envision, but also what are the opportunities?
Thank you. I think there is application for Guyana, particularly as it relates, that was mentioned, data sharing MOUs to be established that would formalize the process. We recognize that different agencies or ministries do have some information that would be valuable in the tracking process. And so having a formal system where information can be shared is critical. I think having in this case also having the involvement of the Bureau Statistics is important, particularly because they do report on some of the achievements as it relates to SDGs. And so having their involvement is critical as well. I think a hybrid system may be more applicable for our context, simply because, as I mentioned, the very remote areas where you have internet challenges or access challenges, hopefully will be overcome as the ICT hubs get under play. But in the interim, having a hybrid system where you have the information reported to one entity and then having that entity be responsible for uploading, at least in the interim, may be suitable. And then as the ICT capabilities improve, then we can have third parties independently upload the information, obviously with some quality control and assurance systems in place to ensure that there is acceptance in the information that's being reported.
Thank you very much. I suppose we can facilitate a half a question from the group if anybody wants to, very quickly. No half question? Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Zambrano and Mr. Hansen. Thank you, Mr. Yeager and Siobhan from Guyana. Thank you so much. And thank you all for being great.
Thank you, panel. Thank you, Mr. Heinz. We now break for lunch. My time is 12:55. We reconvene at 1:55. Lunch is served. It's at the back of the room. So enjoy, and I'll see you back here at 1:55. Thank you. And for those online, it is you're following the agenda. It is the scheduled lunch break, an hour. So we'll reconvene in an hour. Thank you.
He once had a bad night DJing just to see how it felt.
Fair enough. Pleasant good afternoon to everyone once again. We'll get started, and I imagine that the other participants will at some point join us. Thank you all for sticking around. We are on the home stretch, actually. So we're almost there. We are now heading into session 3, which is Energy Access Framework and Guidelines for Implementation. Later on, again, we have a panel that we have put together for a question and answer. That will be moderated by the director of the energy unit, Mr. Ryan Cobb. That discussion will be moderated by him. Before then, however, we have a presentation by Miss Felicia White of the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, CCRE. Felicia recently joined the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency as the Sustainable Energy Project Development Engineer, with primary responsibility for development and deployment of sustainable energy initiatives. Felicia holds a Master of Science in Electrical Engineering and Sustainable Development from the University of Lille in France, as well as a Master of Philosophy in Physics from the University of the West Indies, Mona, in Jamaica. It is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Felicia White. Thank you. I can hear you, however, it's a bit low.
Okay.
However, we can't see you.
Okay, I will turn on my camera so you can see me.
Sure.
Right. And I will turn it off as I present to save on bandwidth.
Sure. Just give us 1 second so that we can sort out the...
Now?
Just give us 1 second so that we can sort out your volume on this end, please. All right, we're good to go. Go ahead. You can share your screen.
Great, thank you so much. All right, I trust you're all seeing my screen. So good afternoon again, everyone. So as said, I am Felicia White, Sustainable Energy Project Development Engineer with the CCRE. And so today I will be presenting on our Energy Access Program, specifically our proposed framework for rural electrification in the Caribbean. All right, so before I begin, let me give my disclaimer. I am severely sleep deprived and I'm operating in a nebulous space between wakefulness and sleep. So please pardon anything I say today that I should not say. All right, so as I go through today, you will hear some points that you would have heard this morning, and that's fine. I just think it points to the fact that there is consensus across the region as to how energy access programs should be implemented. So outline, I will be very quick today. I'll look at the aims of the CCRE's Energy Access Program. I'll give an overview of our energy access framework, and I'll close off with some factors for successful implementation. But before I get into all that, I just wanted to share this that I saw when I was going through the World Energy Outlook document. And I really found it very startling. 70 million persons who recently gained access to electricity are likely to lose the ability to afford that access. And that's because of the COVID pandemic and the current energy crisis. And so when I saw that, my mind immediately went to, what is that number for the Caribbean in terms of the gains that we would have made as it relates to energy access? And when I say energy access, I'm really referring to electricity access for the remainder of this presentation. Right, so in terms of the gains that we would have made, what has been lost, whether on account of the pandemic or otherwise. And so we see the challenge, therefore, is providing access, yes, and as other presenters would have pointed out before, access is not just about having an electricity connection. It looks at the quality of that access, the reliability, the affordability. And so the challenge, providing that access, enabling that access in the sense that persons should be able to afford, that access to electricity, and then it's sustaining that access. So once persons gain that access, and I'm saying access a lot, that 5, 10, 15 years down the line, that they still have that access, And so I really thought it important to have that at the back of our minds or at the front, depending on how you process things, as I go through this presentation today. So the aims of the Securities Energy Access Program basically, it's to increase access to reliable, affordable, safe, cleaner, and sustainable electricity services. And this is in the context of the SDGs, specifically SDG 7, and within the context of the multi-tier framework, which was discussed earlier. And so as Security develops and implements its energy access program, and of course, in partnership with the member states, environmental and social considerations are very important, and so keeping them at the forefront of the initiatives being developed and implemented is vital to ensure that communities and community members get the maximum benefit from the programs or the interventions being implemented. So I will speak about our framework, and on your screen you will see 10 items, 10, if you want to look at them as ingredients, if you want to look at them as phases, if you want to look at them as key requirements, however you choose to view them, these are key components of our energy access framework. So first, and I'll speak about these in subsequent slides, but you're looking at the reconnaissance, the information and the data gathering, all the way to monitoring, evaluation, reporting, and learning. So these are listed here, but it's important to note that this is not necessarily a strictly linear process, that there will be overlapping phases, and that there are aspects of this that are cost-cutting and that will occur basically all throughout implementation. So here I have an example of how implementation could look like. And so you see that stakeholder engagement is critical. Community consultations and surveys, monitoring, evaluation, reporting, and learning. All these are critical, and these basically need to occur throughout the entire lifetime of whatever program or project is being implemented. And again, you will see the cost-cutting nature. Now, this is just an example, and this will change because each intervention will need to be tailored to the local circumstances. So I'll get into the details of the components, starting with that reconnaissance, information, and data gathering. So this is critical because this is the first step, looking at the policy, the regulatory framework, gathering previous documents through literature review, documents and technical specifications from previous projects, lessons from previous projects, KPIs, so whether these projects were successful or whether they were not so successful, using that data and information to inform the way forward is very critical. This component also includes preliminary stakeholder analysis and engagement, and this continues in the second aspect. And this is critical because we all know the RASCE, identifying which stakeholders are responsible for various aspects of the initiative, who is accountable, who supports, who needs to be consulted, who needs to be informed. This is an entire process, and there has to be that ownership and there has to be that buy-in. So key stakeholders, for example, the energy ministries with responsibility for rural transformation or engagement, the utility, the regulator, funding agencies, private sector, civil society, the community, critical stakeholder, right? That engagement has to be as wide as possible to ensure that all that required data and information to inform your next phase is available, and you also want to ensure that ownership and that buy-in. So moving on to the conceptualization and the pre-feasibility, which includes your first stage technical design. And so that design, we look at your resource assessment, looking at your load, size in the system, storage considerations, what is that layout of the system. It includes your preliminary risk assessment, your siting, the location. Important to determine at this stage, it's the desired level of impact of the intervention. So household level, will the proposed solution be used for productive uses, perhaps linking energy and agriculture or energy and water for community services, whether to power a health center or a school. Looking at gender equality, deciding on that level of impact is critical because it's going to affect the design. Moving on, so we have community consultations and surveys next. And so, as mentioned before, the community, key stakeholders, and this aspect has been separated from the broader stakeholder analysis just to show that the community is important and that engagement has to be taken seriously. The community, the experiences, the expertise, that knowledge, all of that has to be used to help to refine the project and also to help to get that ownership and that buy-in. Understanding that community profile, the culture, understanding what that load will look like, in terms of their future or their projected energy use. This is also critical as well because expectations need to be managed. So communities need to understand what the project will deliver and need to understand what the project won't be able to deliver. All right, and all of these steps leading up to this point will help to support the validation of the project. And so this is where you consider all the data and the information today and decide where are the gaps? Where do we need additional studies? Is an environmental and social impact assessment needed? Is a gender impact assessment needed? What's the kind of financial analysis that is needed? So all of this work feeds into this process, finishing these, identifying and completing these requisite assessments, and of course, going back to stakeholders to support this whole validation process. And so once these are done, that sets the initiative up at a point where technical design can be advanced and can be finalized. And so it's important that that technical design, as said before, benefits from all input of all key stakeholders. So you need to understand what are the requirements from the utility, what are the requirements from the community, etc. That conversation has to be ongoing. And then that design has to comply with all relevant engineering, social, technical, and other applicable standards. That has to be a must. Moving on to the last 4 stages, and again, this is critical, and these are all critical: financing and ownership, without which the project does not get off the ground at all. So understanding the financing needed to get the project implemented, but financing also has to consider those mechanisms for sustaining the project once implementation has concluded. Implementation in terms of whether it's donor funds, for example, once that aspect has come to an end, how is the project going to be sustained? And so, for example, funding models such as pay-as-you-go, those can be examined and those can be explored. As part of community consultations, one of the key things is understanding the ability of the community to pay, because that is also going to inform this financing step or stage. Capacity building is another critical aspect of our energy access framework. And because it really building the capacity of the community helps to increase the likelihood of project sustainability. And so in terms of developing programs, the educational level of community members needs to be taken into consideration. The interest of community members needs to be taken into consideration, right? And programs can be tailored around technical training on the operation and maintenance of the energy systems. And finally, and I am wrapping up, finally, it's that implementation, and I've merged these two, implementation and monitoring, evaluation, reporting, and learning, right? Implementation and the MERL, monitoring, evaluation, reporting, and learning builds on all the previous steps. As said before, it has to be in keeping with those standards, the social, environmental, technical, engineering standards. That has to be key. Implementation can also be associated with job opportunities for community members, so that has to be explored and managed. As said before, the monitoring and evaluation aspect is cost-cutting throughout the entire project, and it looks at developing and tracking your KPIs, assessing in keeping with the targets, and revising as needed. And so this revision supports the current initiative being implemented, right? But it also, this monitoring and evaluation also supports future projects that may be implemented. So it's very critical. One of the gaps that we have in the region as it relates to monitoring and evaluation is having sufficient resources, whether it's human or financial, to undertake that. So that also has to be considered as part of technical design. Also key is aligning and integrating with existing processes. So there might be national statistical processes that data from this project can feed into. As part of the NDCs, many countries across the region, the energy sector features prominently in the NDCs, and associated with the NDCs, you know, the monitoring, reporting, and verification systems are being developed. So again, it's ensuring that that feedback, that alignment, and that integration, which supports overall sustainability at the end of the day. So I know I went so quickly, but in a nutshell, that is our energy access framework, and it really leads to these factors for effective implementation, right? And these have been mentioned throughout the day. You know, having that data, the stakeholder engagement and buying, capacity building, partnerships, financing, all of these are key to successful implementation. But I think I'd like to close with the way I began, with a focus on the sustainability mechanisms, because, and it's a real challenge we have in the region, because we will implement projects, but in terms of sustaining those benefits, it doesn't always happen. And so it really requires all stakeholders being at the table. And I understand that there's a financial element to it as well, but all stakeholders being at the table, looking at and examining what are those key sustainability mechanisms that need to be in place, so that whether it's a COVID, whether it's an energy crisis, I mean, whatever the factor may be, that the benefits of the interventions can be contained, can be continued, and so that progress is not lost. All right, I think I will leave it at that for today. Thank you so much for your time. And I'll take any questions during the question and answer session. Thank you so much.
Ms. Felicia White, thank you so very much. That was comprehensive indeed. I do appreciate the framework, which underpins a lot of what we have been today talking about so far. And I'm quite, at times, the linear thinker, so I can appreciate the different advancements throughout the framework and how one leads to the next and the different considerations therein. So that is much appreciated. Let me just confirm something here. Bear with me a second. All right. I think that was Mr. Herschel Armstrong that joined us just a while ago, and you're on the hot mic next. Mr. Armstrong, it's a pleasure to meet you. Herschel Armstrong is currently the General Manager Distribution Services at Belize Electricity Limited, BEL. In this role, he leads the overall planning, operation, and expansion of the power distribution network for electric service delivery to consumers, and leads a team that drives key strategic initiatives of the company focused on identifying and pursuing trends in the electric energy sector. Mr. Walker holds a Bachelor of Science in Electrical and Computer Engineering from the University of the West Indies, and a master's degree in Electrical Power Engineering from Washington State University. Mr. Walker will be speaking to a utility-based perspective for expanding Armstrong, sorry. A utility. That's the pastor. A utility-based perspective for expanding electricity access. Thank you very much. Did I say Walker before? I did? Wow. That's interesting.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, that was twice. It's okay. I'll give you a funny fact. I was actually named by my parents after Herschel Walker. At the time, he was the Heisman Trophy winner in the U.S. He was a great football player. I'm not sure I want to be so closely associated with him anymore. But in any case, I think I've created my own name. That's okay, thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here on behalf of BEL to present on our perspective on expanding electricity access. And listening to the presentations, I just came in physically to the room, but I've been following along since the morning. And I think much of what has been shared already, you will see some of it in my presentation as well, but we will try to look at it more from a practical perspective. But we do share many of the thoughts that have been shared so far, and many of the ideas around how we can move forward in carrying out the objective of expanding energy access to all within the country of Belize. Oh, there's a... It works. So I must begin my presentation with sharing what our mission as a company is, because energy access really is fully intertwined in what it is that we believe is our purpose. And it is that we deliver safe, reliable, and sustainable energy solutions to enhance the quality of life and the productivity of enterprise, and to support national development. And really, energy access is key and very important to what it is that we believe our purpose is within the country of Belize. Energy, and specifically electrical energy, is what now drives most of society. And it is also a form of energy that is taking over from other forms. And we hope very soon that it will indeed become the most prevalent form in some other sectors that we have yet to touch, or to at least expand in. But in any case, our goal and our responsibility here, we know, is key as the utility within the framework of what gets discussed at this forum and going forward. So I'd like to share firstly that at BEL, we have for years been implementing a rural electrification program. And this falls in line with the mandate that we believe we have. And this is actually a program which involves the expansion by extension of the existing grid to connect customers in rural communities, in villages that have not yet gotten access to electricity. I believe it's key to mention this, because this is also a part of the solutions that we take part in, and that we believe will still remain a part of the solution going forward, even as we implement and integrate other more technological solutions like microgrids and standalone systems. It's a program that we fund, that we have invested in, as I said, for years now. Annually, we invest somewhere around 2 to 3 million, and we incorporate it in our entire 5-year plan as a company. These projects, typically, they're not economic, but we understand that, again, this is our mandate. We must make sure that we invest and we put back into the Belizean economy. Historically, we've been able to cover about 10 to 15 villages and communities each year. But what we're seeing, as with all things, once you start to hit the last mile, it's like the 80-20 rule, right? The last small percentage takes the greatest effort. And so we do believe that there is now opportunity for us to embrace new types of solutions. To give a view of what we currently have in terms of electricity access, there are 36 villages that we know of that do not yet have access to electricity. Of these 36, the majority are in the Toledo district, and I don't know if it's very visible there. The color of the image is not the best, but that's the Toledo district that we're seeing there. The green lines are where our distribution lines are, or high voltage distribution lines. And all those highlighted names are villages that have yet to receive access to electricity. So as you can see, there's a lot of work to be done. There are 22 of that 36 in Toledo, and then the other 14 are scattered around among the Orange Walk, Cayo, Belize, and can't see the other district there, but among the other 4 of the other 5 districts. Just staying on the topic though of extension of the grid versus the implementation of a mini grid system. We have seen that in some cases, it is indeed still better for us to consider extending the grid because of the costs associated with a micro or mini grid. And we've done some of that comparison to see just how, or just what that looks like. So what we're seeing there is all the villages, all the communities that we have on record that do not yet have access, and the comparison of line extension in terms of cost per household versus mini grid costs per household. And the light blue is line extension. The dark blue is mini grid. And what you can see is most of the villages on the far right have line extension costs that far exceed the cost of mini grid. So we are seeing opportunity there for us to be able to explore these solutions. Not just explore, because as has been shared earlier, we are actually implementing some of those types of projects already. But as you can see as well, there are others that for which line extension is still a very valid option, and for which we still are pursuing within our 5-year plan, as I mentioned. Now, considering the implementation of mini grid systems, what we have seen and we are finding in the pilots that have been done, Dion mentioned it earlier, there's the La Gracia project, and currently we're also in the process of completing the Indian Creek, Medina Bank, and Golden Stream mini grid, which indicates to us that there is benefit to be gotten in consolidating projects. There are costs that can be reduced in terms of pricing for procurement of equipment, also for labor and logistics. These things actually we can take advantage of economies of scales if we are able to consolidate some projects and do multiple projects together. This is the approach that's been taken with the grant received from the EU, where we have 5 villages that are being implemented. We intend to proceed with one general procurement for those materials, for the contracts that will be used to implement those projects. And we believe that there should be definitely opportunity to reduce and get lower costs. So the comparison there shows that La Gracia was close to about $20 per watt in terms of the capital costs, and for the mini grid down south that's about to be completed, it's closer to about $13 per watt. That's Belize dollars. So I think these are lessons that we can use going forward as well. I have heard the talk about operating and maintaining these mini grid systems. And I know that historically this has probably been one of, if not the greatest challenge to success in a long-term way for these types of projects. We believe that that is where we can play a very key role. And that is what we intend to be able to do for this project being completed down south, and hopefully for future projects going forward. Providing, of course, that the regulator would be on the same page with us and be able to afford us the opportunity to do that benefits customers across the country. The nature of the systems, however, because they are so remote, inevitably leads to higher operating and maintenance costs. Just for being able to travel and reach those areas, it's not the same as obviously responding to issues that may happen right within your urban areas. So our intent and our objective for most of the projects is to be able to implement communication systems, control systems that will allow us to remotely monitor in a real-time way the operation of these systems. And then there's also the opportunities that exist that I'll speak about a bit later in the presentation for partnering with third parties, third-party entities, and persons within the community even to be able to achieve some of these objectives. For us, it is new territory, of course, because we've been traditionally a generation, transmission, distribution, down to customers type of setup. Now we're talking about also bringing in these distributed energy resources in microgrid systems, for which we have begun to develop the capacities required, for which we are now learning through the pilots that have happened in La Gracia, through the pilots down south as well. And we believe that we are preparing for what we see to be the future of energy in Belize. Some of the challenges that we foresee in these projects they're myriad. And so I want to touch on a few of these, and I'll spend a little time on this slide because they're key, at least from a utility practical perspective. So right-of-way issues, for one, is one that we have experienced. And again, we anticipate being an obstacle going forward, where many of these villages do not yet have surveyed streets, land parcels, that type of thing. And so for us as a utility, we need to be able to establish right-of-ways, not just for the plant itself, but for our lines that run through these areas and that will be used to feed customers. So that's one challenge that we hope to be able to work with the right entities in the government to be able to overcome. The idea of communal land rights in Belize is also one that we are now seeing as a hurdle that will prove to take some time to cross. I think it was mentioned earlier, and it's actually interesting that there are similar situations across the Caribbean that we can learn from in terms of how we handle these issues. So between Mayan communities, even Mennonite communities, we have run into roadblocks in trying to implement projects. In some communities, the leaders aren't necessarily keen on electricity. In others, we come across expectations that perhaps have not been what we've experienced historically. Things like compensation for land use, compensation for the actual implementation of the project even, and getting some type of return on whatever profit comes from the implementation of these projects. Ironically, we don't anticipate any profits from any of these projects. But in any case, I mean, these are challenges that we must be able to work with and communicate and engage people in these villages and in these communities to bring them, I believe, onto a page that we are now being able to understand each other. So we want to understand their concerns, and we have to be able to communicate with them as well in a way that they can appreciate and receive, to get over some of these hurdles. I think it was mentioned very earlier in a couple of presentations that is very important to the success of these projects. We're learning as we go along that indeed we must be able to invest in that type of resource when we do these projects for social impact assessments and being able to properly engage communities through communication campaigns in those areas. The idea of higher costs for higher levels of service, I think it was mentioned maybe a bit earlier by Dion, I'm not sure, but what we hope is that these projects will not be at any service level that is significantly lower than what any other customer in Belize experiences. And so the idea there is that they must be able to have the same type of capacity. They must have the same level of power quality and reliability as well. So we want to make sure that the investment is such that we achieve that. Road infrastructure, that was mentioned earlier as well, the access to some of the villages and being able to work with the Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Works to be able to work along with us in executing some of these things. And then, of course, the customer themselves and their ability to afford these, afford the service. So it was mentioned that you build a system, you construct lines to a customer's location, but at the end, that last connection is the responsibility of the customer. And we've seen that most customers in these areas don't necessarily have the wherewithal to be able to afford that. So some of the projects must consider that type of cost as well, that type of consideration to make sure that it's successful in the end. I think it was said that the project cannot be deemed successful if we don't actually reach the customer. And actually, sometimes we also have to understand what needs of those customers are. In projects that we've completed in the past, for example, customers have told us, I shouldn't say customers because they were not customers at the time, but villagers have told us that they just want light. And we said, well, yeah, so why don't you connect? No, we got the light. The street light is there. That's all we need. So I mean, it's something that we have to understand their needs, their concerns, and make sure that we address them properly with these projects. I think I'm stuck. Oh, there we go. Okay. So quickly, because I've been told my time is running out, some of these have been mentioned, but I'll just highlight that for us, a key benefit that we are hoping to explore is the idea of interconnecting some of these systems eventually to our grid. And that's hopefully in the future, once the area has actually developed to a place where the demand there allows and makes sense for us to do that. And that, we think, brings about a host of benefits relating to resilience of the system, resilience of the grid, improved reliability for customers, and actually better system efficiencies as well, having your generation closer to your load. So there's a lot of improvement and benefits that we think that can be had there. Capacity development and involving community I mentioned before, so that there's a sense of ownership there, in particular with the indigenous and communal land areas. And then finally, what we see as our role going forward. We believe that there's a need for us to be involved and critically so in the design and specifications of these systems, so that there's we take advantage of being able to standardize. We don't want to have all different types of materials, manufacturers, and devices out there that then we have to relearn. And so there's really a need for us to be able to do that across projects, we hope. And then we think that we can serve, as I said before, in doing operation and maintenance of the systems and facilities where necessary. We actually anticipate that in the future, there will also be the opportunity for ownership by third parties of the plants in some of these areas. And they can be treated as we do other generating producers that provide and supply into our grid. So that's an opportunity and something that we look forward to in the future, so that BEL doesn't necessarily have to be responsible for all of these things. The distribution network, though, we think should remain the responsibility of BEL, so that we standardize on that. And then we spoke about it earlier, I believe, the idea of prepaid metering, which we are now preparing to explore and pilot ourselves, along with AMI, that's automated metering infrastructure for remote communication to these meters. And then finally, I hinted at it before, but working with the regulator to try to establish some standards in terms of rates for customers in these areas. We know that the cost doesn't compare to what it is that other customers it would cost to connect other customers, but we do believe that for the good of the entire country and for the persons who really cannot afford this, for it to be successful, there has to be a way for us to share those costs in a way across the consumer base, such that they pay similar rates to what you and I do. So that's it for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Mr. Armstrong, thank you so very much. As usual, my mind is working, a lot more questions for me. Luckily, we're at that time. I heard about the rural electrification program and the fact that you guys budget anywhere from 2 to 3 million annually for these. Just, the quick and dirty way I do the analysis is, how is this arrived at? Is it a survey needs-based, just a straight percentage of budget, or for identified projects? But you and I can touch on that later if that's not a question that is asked of this panel. I would at this point ask the director, Mr. Ryan Cobb, the director of the Energy Unit, to join us. Our other scheduled presenter, the CARICOM Development Fund, have advised last minute that they will not be able to present. So we will not have the presentation on energy access financing. So we move straight into the question and answer segment. I will ask Ms. Felicia White. I imagine you're online. I would appreciate if you can share your screen. We're now into the Q&A portion moderated by Mr. Cobb. And it is a 10-minute session.
Thank you very much. And Well, we've just had two very comprehensive presentations on energy access. One on specifically on the framework on how to develop the project from conception to implementation from Ms. White, and then we had another one from the locals' perspective in Belize with already gained experience of past microgrids, of current microgrids that are being implemented, integrating lessons learned from those projects into the future projects. That was done by Mr. Herschel Armstrong. So to begin off with, I'd like to give the opportunity to the room to see if they have any questions to begin off with.
I have quite a few, but I think I'll have to schedule an interview to do them. But the ones that I think I'm most curious about, and I think Mr. Lean might have been hinting to that, is your methodology for prioritizing which communities are selected for either line extension or microgrid. That's the first. And relatedly, you could respond to, I'm very curious, for microgrid communities, because I'm concerned about the question of the cost. Who gets that cost if you're saying it is not profitable? Who pays? Is the cost exported out of the country, that is by a grant or something like that? And I'm curious, aren't microgrid communities net producers in this context, depending on the source that you're using, the input energy source?
Yeah, thanks. Good questions. So the first question, well, I was anticipating it, given that the moderator had already hinted. We have tried to prioritize on the projects that we select, at least firstly for line extension, based on the average cost per household within those communities. So we do our surveys, we do estimates of what the project would be, and then we come up with basically a cost per household. We also do consider the age of each community. So in our experience, we've actually seen that while there are those 36 communities that I referred to, there are also communities that keep expanding. So there are villages that we have to include as a part of our program to be able to serve customers that pop up, for example, in the further extents of Santa Cruz, or they keep expanding. And this is it's not a problem, but it is a challenge that we have to also address. So we are looking at solutions such as revisiting our customer connection policy, see how we can actually accommodate for those types of customers, because right now they still fall under this program. So that 2 to 3 million that I mentioned gets used as well to be able to expand the grid to other areas as they develop. In fact, just recently we've seen areas right within the Belize City and Ladyville area that are expanding. So there's that, and we don't want to forsake the communities that have been waiting for years for these new areas that just pop up, right? So there's a consideration as well for the age of the community. Coming back to how we allocate those costs and how are they taken care of, they are also actually accommodated as a part of our capital investment program, which the PUC must approve at the end of the day. And so we've been able to work out some years ago, work it out where that is included as a part of the investment program for the utility that gets considered within our capital budget on an annual basis. So, and the intent, of course, is to be able to, as I said, expand to customers, expand and be able to stimulate the development of these areas, stimulate national development. I think it's a model that has been working. So far, the company has not been going into the red because of it, and so I think it's a way for us to actually continue doing so successfully into the future. Of course, these new, and sorry, not new, but the villages coming up are those that are so far away that really now we have to seriously consider that cost. And for the projects that we've implemented with mini-grids so far, they've been achieved through funding from external agencies. So in the case of the current project, the EU has provided a grant of 5 million euros, of which we're covering 10% of that. And then there was the United Arab Emirates that helped to fund the Southern Microgrid. So hope that answers your questions.
Any of that cost is passed down to the consumer? Your 10%, for example, does that go back to your consumer base? And that in the microgrids, you have no solar grid part of the microgrid system. And do you get that power back into your system that you then resell? That's sort of what I was.
So yes, it is a part of what gets passed on to the consumer, you could say, based on approvals by the PUC. That is a part of our capital budget that we present to them on an annual basis, and they approve us for whatever gets passed on to the consumer and gets returned through the rates, so the company can continue to operate. The question about providing supply back into the grid, that is not yet something that we are able to do, because most of the implementation so far have been remote. And so the grid has not yet reached those areas. That is one of the things I highlighted as an opportunity that we see in the future, though. That answers the question.
And I would just like to also supplement Mr. Armstrong's intervention. I would say almost no customer really pays what's the true cost of delivery of energy to their households, because everybody's placed in tariff baskets, so you get the average cost. We have a community within the country, an island actually, that's called Keycocker. Keycocker currently runs off of diesel generators, so they're not connected to the national grid, or at least not yet. We're hoping very soon. But even so, the inhabitants of this island, they are charged the same tariff as any other person within the country. And from the government's perspective, we're hoping that a similar scheme can be done for these microgrids that are not connected to the national grid. They are islands on their own, not geographically, as in not surrounded by water, but they're islands because there's no one else around them. And I'd like to take this opportunity, being that we do have the regulator in this room, to see if under current regulations, what are possibilities? Mr. Tillett?
As Herschel pointed out earlier, the PUC has a duty to review any capital program the utility wants to undertake, because any asset or infrastructure that goes into the rates, we need to review it, we need to publish that and give notice to customers and to interested parties that this is what is being proposed. And as long as after the review and after the consultation, everybody says, yeah, this is what we want to do in Belize, then it's included in the rates. As Ryan also pointed out, there's not, I mean, everybody that has been added in the last whatever years have benefited from this approach. It's basically, it really is, some people would almost want to say it's almost a socialistic way of doing things. But if we want to move the country forward, those people who have already benefited from previous generations now are effectively paying for the next generation of people who want to enjoy electricity access. The current ratepayers are going to be paying for the future ones, and then that cycle will repeat itself sometime down the road. So that's the way it works in Belize, where there is a filing to the commission, there's a review of that filing, and there are specific investments and sums of monies that are included in the rates. And I'm trying to remember when we did the last, I think it's somewhere around 11 or 12 million dollars was what was approved over 4 years. So Herschel said about 2 to 3 million, that's about right. It varies 2 to 3 million a year. Yeah. I think we approved about 11 million between 2020 and 2024. And BL is going to file another, just for interest, BL has to file by January of 2024 for 24 to 28. So those persons who have interest in these matters, take note.
And just for our colleagues that are online, when we're talking about 2 to 3 million Belize dollars, that's approximately 1 to 1.5 million US dollars. So for the next question, I actually have a question for Ms. Felicia White. Ms. White, can you hear us? She's not there right now? Okay, well, whenever she comes back, then we could circle back to her if anything. Then I'll continue on in the room. Does anybody else in the room have any other further questions?
I'm Mata from the Energy Unit. I noticed on one of your slides, Mr. Herschel, you were comparing the cost of the mini-grid and the line extension. So my question is, if the mini-grid is the most affordable approach and you implemented the mini-grid, does that mean that community will not be considered for line extension in the future?
So I mentioned that we actually want to explore the idea of extending the grid to these areas that we implement microgrids to explore the benefits, the opportunities that provides. And so I would certainly not rule out the idea that communities that get connected through a microgrid would in the future, in fact, be connected to the grid eventually. And we think that can be possible when there's sufficient development, when the demand of the area starts to grow to a point where it makes it more feasible. Obviously, right now, the intent is to just get electricity to customers. And so that is not something I believe the PUC would likely simply approve unless we can properly identify what those benefits will be to the greater base of customers and the system, right? But good question. We want to explore that going into the future for sure, though.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions from the floor?
Just a quick question about the FPIC process, right? And what are your plans? What are your plans going forward with the FPIC process? Because, as you know, there are legalities involved in that. And you know, a couple months ago, the head of the Indigenous Commission approached MED, and they also approached the EU if we could assist them with funds for the implementation of the FPIC process. Because like what you mentioned, Herschel, that some of these villages, they don't have surveys, they don't know where the public spaces are. And so in a way, those things need to be in place before development occurs. And there is an understanding by the head of the Indigenous Commission that this is required, including training of the people in the village and the alcaldes, etc. So yes, we want electricity for these areas, but we also have to be aware of the development as it is happening on the ground. Because you know, sometimes you may want something good for somebody else because you think it's so good and they should want it. But there are also, like I said, some legal issues involved, and there needs to be attention paid to these processes too. Like it should happen like in parallel. That's just my comment.
Yes, thanks, Ms. Catherine. So the FPIC protocol, and for everyone else, it's free prior informed consent, FPIC. which was referred to by one of the previous presenters, is something that we are now we're stumbling into it as a a bit of a I won't call it a roadblock, but it is a challenge that is now presenting itself in us implementing projects in communities where there are communal land rights, where there are indigenous people residing. And you're perfectly right, Ms. Catherine, that is something that we are now reviewing from a legal perspective to understand what the requirements are from our end as the implementing agency for the project, in particular, in this case, the EU grant project. We do believe, however, that there's a role that we would need to lean on the government to play to assist us in achieving that consent, as it may be, so that we can be allowed to do our jobs. I think that is something that we will have to be able to work together as stakeholders with a common objective here to achieve. We think that there's further knowledge that's needed around how that compares, or what is the what supersedes the FPIC protocol or the Electricity Act, because the Act also allows us certain powers to be able to go in and provide electricity to any customer throughout the country who wants. And so I think there are things that we have to explore there to understand from a legal perspective how we should pursue it. But from a project implementation perspective, I think there's a need for us to work together as stakeholders with a common objective, like I said, to achieve and get the consent that's required in these communities that we're trying to implement the mini-grid projects in. I will say as well that we don't have as much experience in this area, and we are fully aware of that. We are trying to engage the resources, the type of people and experts that will be able to assist us in this way in implementing the project. So there's still a great motivation on our part to move forward to get past these obstacles, but we anticipate and hope that the relevant entities in the government, the Ministry of Indigenous Affairs, Ministry of Energy, and Ministry of Rural Development will help us to address these challenges. Right?
Okay, thank you very much. And I think we have time for one more question. So we have a question to the back.
Yes, good afternoon. I just have one more question that's in concerning the recognition of 36 villages in the Toledo district that does not have access to electricity. My concern is that whenever it comes to the plan that BEL has, does BEL considers renewable energy sources that can probably provide affordable electricity to those villages, for example, like solar system or wind energy? Is there any other any sources, any renewable energy sources that BEL is actually planning to implement in the future for those villages?
Test. Right. So for those villages in the south, and indeed the others across the country, we are definitely considering the options of renewable energy as a solution to provide electricity in those areas. In fact, we are doing so right now with projects that are taking place on the ground. So the Indian Creek Medina Bank Golden Stream project that we spoke about earlier is in fact a mini grid that's being supplied by a hybrid plant where there's solar, battery backup, and a diesel generator just for the purpose of making sure that we can have sufficient backup for the system and provide proper reliability to the customers, right? So that's a huge part of our plans going forward. That's a huge part of our strategy to actually take advantage of those technological solutions, because the cost is moving to a place where it makes sense, right? And even with batteries, they're still relatively expensive, but we think that comparing the cost of extending the grid to that type of solution makes it such that we have to consider those solutions. So it's right along, it's aligned with what we are thinking. I should mention though that is more so still from a centralized type of plant, not so much the distributed standalone systems, which I think Dion hinted at earlier. There are still questions around how we operate and maintain those systems upon a customer's premise if we implement them, right? So hope that answers your question.
All right, thank you very much for that. And with that, we now pass it back to our MC for today.
Herschel, Director Cobb, thank you so very much. For the presentations and panel discussions, if you're following the agenda, which I assume you are, that is it. We now move into a breakout group working session, which is scheduled for 65 minutes. We'll leave it at that. And for those of you online, I will ask that in an hour you tune back and join us for the closing remarks by Director Cobb, and also insights gleaned from this working session. This very brief working session is 65 minutes. It seems like a lot of time, but it is not. Let me explain how the working sessions will proceed. Upon arriving at registration, you were issued a folder. We have 4 differently colored folders. We have blue, yellow, red, and what is the other color? Purple? Yeah, I'm not that good with colors. Purple. And I will ask that the light colors get together, and that will form a group. So we will have 4 groups. I don't know if we will have equal numbers within the group, but that's fine. I am certain, or almost certain, that we will have quite a broad, just at random stands, quite a broad cross-section of individuals within that group. So we'll have 4 groups. The entire session is 65 minutes. We will have 45 minutes working session, and then each group will present their findings. I will allow 5 to 7 minutes for that, so that's about 20 minutes, if we can keep it to 5 minutes to present their findings or their insights from this session. So that will take us to the 65 minutes and then the closing. So how will this work? I believe that within the folders itself, we do have directions on the working session. We will distribute that very shortly. We will also distribute shop paper so that you all can write on, along with writing instruments. I imagine markers or pens you can use. So just some housekeeping rules. As I mentioned, 4 groups. You are to designate a reporter that will do the presenting back to us, and a note taker or rapporteur for this breakout session. What we would ask that you highlight, and again, this will be in the instruction packet, points of consensus, points of disagreements, points not discussed, new ideas to consider, and this is in relation to energy indicators reporting. The objective here, what are we trying to do? We're trying to identify concrete steps and synergies among stakeholders for measuring electricity access and development of a national indicator for Belize. With the guiding questions for each section, please hold discussions within your group and provide comments and feedback along the dimensions that are given in the worksheet. So we'll have 45 minutes for that. The time is, hold on. My watch is fast. I'm certain that's not right. Give me 1 second. 3:06. Okay, I have 3:10. It is 3:06, so we will work until 10 to, and then we'll have the presentations thereafter, 5 minutes per group. The energy unit staff will be circulating to give any assistance to the groups. I'm certain you will have questions as you work through this. So find your teammates. Thank you. Good afternoon once again. All right, this brings an end to the breakout, well, almost, sorry, to the working session, the breakout working session. Now I will call on the groups to present their findings and their insights. So we have 4 groups, as I said, 5 minutes per group, 5 to 7 minutes. So, have to be a bit quickly, go a bit quickly. So I will call on group red team, red team. Can you please bring your notes and also your representative to present the findings? That would be Mr. Herschel Rene.
So good afternoon again, everyone. Firstly, I objected to be selected to come up here on behalf of my group. I felt that I spoke enough for the day, but I was apparently outvoted because the rest of my group is still having very intense conversation. So another disclaimer is that we were so involved in conversation around the topics of sessions 1 and 2 that we never reached sessions 3 and 4. So I hope that the remainder of the teams have actually spent enough time there. In any case, session 1, brainstorming on the indicator data needs. I'll try to summarize this because, again, there was extensive discussion. So looking at the indicators that were presented on the list, we felt, firstly, that indicators 1 and 3 should be combined. A binary question inevitably leads to a follow-up question. And so when the question is asked of someone or a resident, do you have electricity? Yes or no? If the answer is yes, then inevitably the follow-up question then is, for us, indicator number 3, which speaks to the multi-tier standard to be able to get an idea of, okay, what is the level of service that you have if you do have electricity? And if the answer is no, then that inevitably leads to indicator 4, which asks then, what is the reason for that? Why are you not connected to the main grid? Now, in our discussions, we felt that there was a need to expand on these next level of questioning. So if the answer is no, and we get an idea of, okay, why or what are the reasons for you not being connected, we felt that there should be an expansion of number 4 to indicate then what is your expectation for electricity access should you gain it. What are the end uses that you intend to be able to use electricity for? And we think that was missing from the survey. That gives policymakers, that gives the energy providers, that gives everyone, stakeholders in this process, a better idea of, okay, how to plan. And so we thought that is definitely necessary to expand number 4 to look at not just why you don't have, but now why you would want, if you do want. Because some of the answers to 4 may be that I simply don't want. It's right past my house, and I just, And then we felt that number 5 is a natural progression from indicator number 3, where based on your tier, it should relate to what is your consumption. And so the amount of kilowatt hour consumption at the different levels is definitely important. We did identify, however, that the numbers or the levels presented on the sheet are a bit high for Belize's situation. The scenario here is such that the average household maybe consumes somewhere closer to 300 kilowatt hours for the month. 1,500 kilowatt hours is a very high number. Even for those who may have air conditioning and more advanced forms or uses of electricity within their household, they're not reaching that number so easily. So we think those figures should be adjusted. We're thinking more for the poverty level, somewhere less than 50, between 25 and 50, somewhere closer to 100 to 150 for basic access, and then maybe in the 500 to 600 kilowatt hour range for more modern access within Belize, right? In the Belizean context. And then items 6 and 2, we see those, and we're kind of cheating here. They said list 5, but we think that 2 and 6 really are very closely related as well. 6 relating to number 5 in terms of your consumption and how much is spent on it, but number 2 gives an idea of what type of source provides your electricity. And so we can't leave that out. But we felt that you combine 1 and 3, and then you have 2, 4, 5, and 6, right? That gives you 5. Then for these questions relating to providing, for collecting the information. Oh, snap. All right. I thought you were supposed to be my support up here. 2 minutes. All right. Quickly. Why? All right. Who should collect this information, or who collects the information? We believe, and this is where maybe my group needs to help me out, but there is some level of collection being done by the Statistical Institute, but it's simply around what is your electricity access. Do you have electricity or not? And then basic questions around some of the basic end uses. Do you have a refrigerator? Do you have a few other small things? So that really is basic collection right now, and it's collected every 10 years with the national survey. We think that there's also a 5-year, correct? 5-year period of collection under the what was it, Mr. Living standards. Right. Right, right. In any case, we felt that that's not often enough. It's possible for you to do a smaller sample, maybe every 2 years, with some of the data that's necessary to give a much better and more accurate picture as you go along, so that it's not 10 years down the road that you get surprised by inaccurate data. How can that be collected? We feel that there is the possibility, and I speak on behalf of the collective, not on behalf of BEL here, but BEL can play a role in some of the data with regards to consumption and expenditure, but we think that at least the ministry overall should be leading on this process, because electricity will go beyond what BEL provides as well. Yeah, and there were plenty other recommendations. Yeah, we needed more time, period. Thank you very much. That's what we have for you.
Yeah.
Team purple.
You got it? Oh, you have to put it underneath. Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I guess my disclaimer is because we had such a short period of time, we went pretty quickly through everything, but hopefully we got a good snapshot of the different questions. So in terms of session one, I guess just to summarize, I think we thought about it a little bit differently. So we kind of thought about the progression of the information. So we were saying number 8, in terms of the population figures, you want to know how many people are there, what are the key communities in terms of figuring out what a sample group could be when you're collecting your information. Then we had number 1 in terms of overall energy access, yes or no. Then we went on to 3 in terms of the multi-tier standards. And I think just thinking about the use of different information that come from indicators, there are times where we need to think of, or we would like to know the broad information, and there are other times where we want to go a little bit more in depth. So I do think that, hello? Okay. Yeah, so I do think that sometimes, for example, looking at broad indicators, energy, electricity access, yes or no, versus the tiers might be useful based on the application of the information that we're gathering. Then we thought next on the priority list would be number 2 in terms of the source of the electricity used by the households, and then number 4 in terms of the main reasons of not being connected to the grid. I think also to highlight for this session in terms of gaps or data needs, we did think, for example, of having gender disaggregated data, something that's very important as we look at different projects, and we really want to know what the needs are that are different, male versus female. For session 2, looking at data collection, who, how, and when. For question 1, who collects the data? We saw that data is being collected by a number of different stakeholders. So we have the Statistics Institute, particularly in terms of the indicator 1 and 2, for example, that are listed. The energy unit is also collecting some information, indicator 2 on a program scale, and then also the utility has access to some information already, particularly in terms of consumption levels. Then we looked at how the information is being collected. For example, the Statistics Institute collects information via surveys twice a year. Then we looked at, are any of the listed key indicators, are they being reported? And we did say yes, there is some reporting that is going on via the different communication products that the Statistics Institute produce, and they disseminate to the public via their website. And we saw one of the figures in one of the presentations today, for example. Then we looked at, going forward, do you believe a national definition for energy access is needed? And we said, yes, it's definitely needed to ensure that as information is gathered, it is, gathered on a even playing field. And when we thought about who should lead the process, we think that the Ministry of Energy should lead the process because they have the most vested interest and also connections to the other key stakeholders within the sector. So whether that be the utility, the regulator, etc., we think that they are a central party who should lead that process. For session 3, when we think about the key barriers for harmonizing and aligning data collection and indicators, we had a brief discussion, and two of the key barriers that we saw was lack of standard methodology for collecting the information, and also that a lot of organizations operate in silos, so there's definitely a need for communication between the different stakeholders. That would be very important. Then for question 2 of session 3, we discussed if finance is needed for measuring the progress and development of these indicators. And we did say yes, and we think that this finance would be needed, for example, for capacity building for staff within these different organizations. For example, if it is at the Ministry of Energy, if they need a M&E person, someone for monitoring and evaluation, for example, and then broader capacity building for other institutions in terms of collecting this information. And another question under this was, what are the potential financial streams? And we weren't 100% sure, but we just said potentially international donors might be able to finance. And another idea was if we have regional projects, for example, national readiness projects that might focus on energy, we can include a monitoring and evaluation component in these projects in order to finance this monitoring side of things and to bolster those efforts. And then session 4, I think, if I'm not missing anything. Oh, right. Under session 3 also, looking at recommendations for interagency reporting, a couple suggestions that my group has made. One, having a working group among the key stakeholders in terms of collecting the data and reporting it. Having a national framework that all the stakeholders would use, and then having an official platform. Although there is one through the Statistics Institute already, but just making that an official platform in terms of disseminated information to the broader public. And then session 4, just very quickly, in terms of 3 words that immediately come to mind when we think about energy access in the Caribbean. And I think the energy trilemma is, perfect 3 words in terms of affordability, sustainability, and reliability. And then from the SICRI presentation, we pulled out 3 fundamental requirements for effective energy access in terms of a framework, and we have stakeholder engagement, technical design, and project financing, amongst, of course, the other important aspects. So there ends my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yellow, blue, quite appropriate then that blue should follow sapphire. So, team blue.
I've been bamboozled. All right, so for session 1, when we considered which indicators would be the right thing to measure at a national level, simply put, we thought that the multi-tier 0.3 was the most important, because that is an easy way to see how to move, or an easy way to see that different tiers need different things, and you can separate the categories a little bit. When it comes to which priority we should place it in, we left it at 3, not 5. The reason why what we cited was exhaustion. People get tired of having a lot of questions, so we thought keep it simple with just 3. And the most important ones there was a binary yes or no, and we felt that it immediately follows after if you have electricity access, yes, well, what kind of electricity access do you have? And that's where the multi-tier plays in. So that those two kind of tie in with each other. In addition to that, we felt it was important to know what kind of source you have for electricity. Point 3, what data may have been missed or not provided. We felt that the location of the client citizen is important. Different places have different needs and different roadblocks, so it'd be a data point to collect. I think that's all for me.
Thanks. So I will be presenting on session 2. It says using who already collects this information and what information do they collect. So we said session 2, we said it's Belize Electricity Limited and the Statistical Institute of Belize. Those are the two entities who collect data. The second question is, how is it collected? Well, SIB does every 10 years they do the census, but they also do some other surveys. So through those surveys, they can collect that information. When it comes to BL, they also okay. So SIB does that through statistics, and BL can BL usually sends officers on the ground to collect or to read their meters. So based on a discussion with Mr. Sean Fuller, he said that those officers can be used to collect other information if it's required by the company. When it comes to 3, okay, are any of the listed key indicators data needs reported? How? 3, it's only binary at this point, just by the network of connection. Okay. And then going forward, do you believe a national definition for energy access is needed? We said yes. Okay. Who should lead this process and who should be designated as a national entity to report on the access to electricity and why? We said that it's the government should be responsible for this, especially the energy unit. And then SIB would be the one who will be reporting. I will just so this is session 3. The question is barriers for harmonizing and aligning data collection and indicators among stakeholders. For this one here, we said that in order to harmonize, you need to have like a central data repository. This is whereby BL and SIB will work together so that they can again upload this the data, input the information in the national statistical system, and then they will be able to either analyze or hire other individuals to analyze the data. Would the finance community focus on renewable energy and energy efficiency? Should finance be catalyzed and directed to measuring progress and the development of indicators? We said yes. In addition, we said that okay. We said yes. If finance is necessary, what are the needs to be addressed? Well, our colleague this morning presented on the national statistical system. We believe that there needs to be finance is required for a methodology. In addition, there needs to be a legal framework when it comes to the NSS, so that ministries or stakeholders can work closely with the stakeholders. Okay, and then you will present that. Yeah. Okay. And then when it comes to session 4, what 3 words come immediately to mind when you think of energy access? We said that it's, especially in the Caribbean and Belize, we said it's expensive, it's renewable, it's all about sustainability. The other question, what are the three fundamental requirements or features of an effective energy framework? We said, first of all, you need to engage with the stakeholders. Again, sustainability, affordable, and integrated. Okay. Thanks. Okay.
Team Blue, thank you. Team Yellow.
Hello, everyone. So, our group members look at the information, and collectively we have agreed that the first step, the main indicator that is right to measure the national level is number 2, and that is important because we need to know the kind of information the household are using. Is it solar PV, standalone, solar lantern? Those information are useful because it gives us an idea of how the quality of energy they have, if it's reliable, sustainable. So we believe that number 2 is not just the right thing, but the main indicator. And then for question 2, what should be the priority to measure? And we have selected 5 as requested, and we believe number 8 should be number 1. Whenever you are collecting information, we need to know the population. So if you have one community with 100 people and another community with 1,000 people, you already know. From there, you can imagine the size or the energy demand. So population is very useful, and not just for energy, but across the board, food, water. So population, it should be number 1. And then the second one is electricity access. We have a population. How many of those people have access to power? So that becomes number 2. The third priority is to, again, if they do have energy asset, what source are they using? The fourth priority is the average household monthly spend. If they have power, we would like to know by seeing the average spend, we can estimate the means or the income that they made. So if they can afford the electricity, if this community is worth invest in expanding their generation source, if a community just spend very little, so that's why we went with number 4. And then the last is number 3. Number 3 is measured by technology, capacity, duration, reliability. So we believe that should be there because not only it's important that they have an energy source, but it is safe. Sometimes people have some kind of energy generation source, but it is safe. that it impact your health. So those are the stuff that we look at. And then question number 3 of section 1, are there any data need that have been missed? So like I mentioned before, population is important, but we believe what is missing is number of households, because you can have 1,000 people, maybe just 100 houses. So number of households give us a picture in terms of how to design your distribution network. So household give us an idea of how to go about size your distribution network and so on. And then another information missing is that yes, some people may have solar, but they may also have generators. So combination of sources is important to include. And then last, like I mentioned, we believe the income is important. That's why we mentioned livelihood. We want to know what they do, how they earn the money, because that gives us an idea if they can afford to pay the bill. So that's it for section 1. Section 2. The first question is, who is already collecting this information? And the first thing that came to our mind is SIB. And then we know that Ministry of Rural Transformation is collecting information. We know that when we think about Ministry of Rural Transformation, we already know we've seen them in villages most of the time. So we know they're out there, and they are the one that register community. So they are also collecting information. So if you want to know how many community or how many villages are in a country, they would have that information. And then BL collect information because they have customers, so they can tell you the average energy consumption in that community. Now, question 2, how is it collected? Well, just like how SIB collected survey, and they do survey every 10 years that the census. 1 minute, that's it. So, and then BL also collect information, and then the third one is how are they reported? And we believe that they should be reported with modern technology online. And then allow me just to at least do section 3, since time is not on my side. Barrier for harmonic indicator. We believe that it should be that there should be a definition of key indicator, that we should have the same meaning, and it should be standard across the board. And then question 2, with the finance community focus on renewable energy efficiency, should they be directly to measuring progress and development of indicator? Yes, and the reason for that is because we need to, it helps to do startup, capital investment. So I believe I can just close it off here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Yellow, and really all the teams for that input and engagement. And just on my behalf, before I turn it over to Director Cobb, who will deliver the next steps and closing remarks, I want to thank you as well. It has been an enjoyable experience, and I wish you all the best, and I'll see you around. Thank you. Director Cobb.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone for enduring this long but very, very productive day. The next steps will be is one of the reasons that we wanted to have this working session in the last hour of today was that we are actually going to incorporate all of these suggestions into the current plans that we are developing right now for the future development of more microgrids and system expansion plans through BL and other private entities if possible. So we'd just like to thank you all for being with us today, and we look forward to continued engagement in other workshops or one-on-one consultations that you may have with us. And our sessions actually continue tomorrow because we are continuing now with the energy policy framework development, which continues tomorrow. And extending an invitation that if anybody would like to attend, they're also free to attend. It's going to be right here at the Biltmore as well. So once again, just thank you very much and have a wonderful evening and safe journey home. Thank you.